All right. So this is session 14 of Dark Discoveries, and that's not even including some of the side sessions. So everyone's up on their inspiration cards. Does anyone want to jump right into it and try and do a summary of what we did last time? Yes, no? Okay, I'll go for it. So the last session, you guys were recovering from your big battle upon entry into Thundertree, where you saw the escaping orcs and their shadowy leader. They got out with the Chardolins, and as you guys rested, kind of recovered for a while, everyone went out and found some special books or items or treasures, and each of you got your own little individual thing, which ultimately you guys were discovered, and you had an attack by charging in Drider, a whole swarm of fungus warriors, and as usual, pretty epic and large-scale battle ensued, which led to you guys ultimately discovering the body of the long-sought-after Gundren Rockseeker. You found him in a cell, long dead, and Roland, having continued his tradition of entering the Druid pool, was guided to go over and wipe his hand on the wall. And we left off with you guys seeing that there was an engraved like scratching on Gundren's wall, which showed a very specific location, located in a place called the Plain of Standing Stones, as Maeva pointed out. And that's where we're going to pick up this time after we do a cold open. So, going to get right into this thing. So, we're going to open up, and what you guys see is the camera's going to be real tight on this deep blue, purple, shimmering crystal. You guys can see the light shining off of each individual facet. It's a very familiar looking gem. And the camera is slowly going to be pulling back off of this glowing crystal, and you're going to see that it's sitting on a piece of paper that's a map. As it continues to pull out, we will see a gray-skinned hand holding a piece of charcoal, and you're going to see it circling a region. Those of you who were familiar with the map would see that this hand is drawing a big circle around a particular location in what's known as the Anarok Desert. And you see this hand drawing a line connecting to another part. And as the camera pulls out, we see that this hand is connected to the arm of a braided hair, earring wearing, tattooed Shadar Kai female that we all know and love. You see her circling on this map, and you hear her voice, and with a sense of hostility, you hear her saying,
"You will stay with your fighters and ensure that those fools do not follow us further. We will contact you when you are to leave."
And the camera at this point pans over in the direction that you see her head oriented. And standing next to her with large armored arms crossed across his chest, you see a black armor, blue-skinned dragonborn looming over the entire table. And you see his eyes light up as he glares at her, and he opens his mouth.
"I will see this to the end. I will handpick men to stay in guard, but you will not be rid of me that easily."
So the female, she begins to pipe up, and you hear anger emerge in her voice. as what we see a motion in the background as it blurs. And now it becomes clear that there is a shadowy robed individual sitting on a chair. Waves his hands, and Markella, the Shadar Kai, she immediately silences. She just glares at this dragonborn.
We leave in an hour.
And she storms off and leaves the room. The camera follows this dragonborn as he storms out, as he walks out, and you notice that he meets with another dragonborn. He's moving deeper into this cave that they're located, and you see this large black-skinned dragonborn. He pulls out something from a pocket, hands it to the smaller blue dragonborn, and he leans in and quietly says,
"Do not trust them. Come when I call. This is how you will find me."
The small dragonborn nods, and then the camera fades to black. Now, we will pick up in the cramped prison holding cell as the body of Gundren Rockseeker lies on the ground. You guys are staring at an etched-in drawing of a mountain range on a wall, and you've just had Mava pipe up and say, "I know this place. I know how to get there."
This is the place that I read about when we were in the library. I was reading about where these Charlatans could be from, and it was from the Plain of Standing Stones. You say you know where this is?
Yeah. I mean, as far as I know, there's two ways that we could get there. It should take us maybe about a week, give or take. But yeah, I can get us there. We have sort of two options. What we're looking at is either we can take a slightly longer route. It's mostly on the road. It goes over the mountains. Or we could take a shorter route, not so much on a major road, but it could save us a day or two.
Are we going to travel by bag? Are we going to travel by bag? Is that how you arrived here?
I prefer to walk, I think.
I'm going to ride a buffalo.
At least the buffalo has recently had a bath.
Says the orc. Now you mentioned
I
the
think
road.
time is of the essence.
What about this road, though? Will there be others on this road? I think it's best that we stay off the beaten path.
I agree.
It'll save us a day or two.
Yeah, that was my inclination.
Since when do we fear others?
The other advantage of the road is that it would take us through Phandelver. So if we need anything in Phandelver before we head out, that's the other advantage.
Probably just more trouble in Phandelver.
Yeah. I vote we go through the hills.
You still have all those rations, right, Roland? I say we just go for it. I think we need to get there quickly.
I will always pick wilderness over the city.
Well, then there you go.
Yeah. As much as I don't like
Maxwell,
it,
what say
go for
you?
the hills.
I don't know that I would be welcome in cities.
Fair point.
I don't know if you'd be welcome in the mountains.
The mountains welcome me fine.
Hills it is.
It is.
All right, so you guys, let's see. So it's towards the beginning of evening now. Do you guys want to move right on out? Do you want to take a break beforehand, or do you want to gather anything up? What's your plan?
I would like to cast Druidcraft to see what the weather will be like.
I'll have you know that came up in our game last week.
comes out about 4 times per session in this game.
Yeah. So if you remember the when you guys first arrived here, there was a light dusting of snow, and you actually realized that the next 2 is going to be a much heavier cold front, bringing in a pretty big flurry of snow.
Oh man.
Do we have cold gear?
If we leave now, can we get in front of the storm?
I
We are
think you're
heading
wearing
south,
I think you're wearing a loincloth right now.
Oh, I'll be fine. I'm not
I
worried about
certainly
Michelle.
am wearing one.
So out of character, it's his way of saying we maybe had to Phandelver.
No, I mean, I can transform into something that has a wool coat. I'm not worried for my behalf.
I think we actually, what is it? We have 2 guys wearing a loincloth now?
I do not get cold.
I probably would have changed back into my hide armor.
Okay. All right. No, yeah. So the storm is moving. Roland kind of licks his finger and sticks it up in the air and tells you that the storm is blowing in from the south. So whichever way you go, you guys may be heading towards it and through it.
Well, if you're cold, running will warm you up. So
That's right. All right, let's go.
All right. So if you guys
The only concern I have out of character is just how are everyone's hit points doing after that battle.
Let's get a long rest before we leave.
We'll leave in the
Or
morning.
will that be bad? No, I think we just need to beat the storm.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah, I think we're better to move.
Rest on the road.
Yeah.
I don't think
So long as we don't run into anything.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, if we
Sure.
do, we'll cut them open and sleep in their belly, like Star Wars.
Does that make a history check? To see if I recognize it happened a long time ago. The galaxy far away.
Let's just say that Roxul ended that fight at 2 hit points.
Are there any we're in a druidic area? They got to have some type of healing stuff, right?
Yeah, so you, from the stuff that you've seen in the little library there, you think you could manage to mush together some poultices and enough healing where if you guys hit the road, it would gradually seal off and help wounds.
I am proficient in herbalism.
And
Yeah,
I still
so
have
you-
that. I have that pouch
Yeah,
of
what?
roots that I got from. That pouch of roots I got from. What's his name? That I stole from.
From Bacone.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, and that was that would kind of reset you. What didn't it taste like Mountain Dew?
Well, let's at
Something
least
like
take a short. Let's at least take a short rest, so that we can kind of catch our breath, and then I think we head out.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I'll give Roxul the herbs there. Pouch of roots, or whatever it's called.
All right, so you guys can take a good hour or so. Roland, you can piece together some, grind up some herbs and make some poultices. Slap on Roxul's gashes. He can chew on some of the roots, and everyone, you'll be able to work your ways back to full health. And if you guys need to revisit the library, grab any books, grab anything in particular, you guys can do that during your time.
Go in and grab a whole big bundle of maps and strut out of the library and stick them in there.
Yeah, perfect. And you find a pretty good atlas in there too. And Roland, you find a farmer's almanac.
I will fill a wineskin or water skin full of this water from the pool that I've been living in.
Yeah, man. You can,
Bath water.
all right. So after the break, you guys. So which one are y'all doing? Are you guys heading through the mountains, or are you following the roads?
Through the mountains.
Yep.
All right. So let me look at what I got. So you step off. You guys traipse back through the ruins of Thundertree. You pass by the large kneeling figure of Rilithane, and you climb up the pile of gravel, which leads you to the battlefield from earlier. As you look at this battlefield, which was previously littered with drow, dragonborn, and orc corpses, you now see that there is nothing there. You just find stains of blood, and that's it. So, with the assistance of Roland and Mava, you guys orient yourselves and start heading east, directly up into the snow-covered mountain range. There we go. So the wind bites at you, nips at you as you feel the cutting breeze blowing through any sort of covering and armor you're wearing. Except for Roland and Roxul, both seem to be trudging forward with no issue. You have to catch their attention a couple times, and they slow their pace for everyone else to keep up. And
Dave, how deep is the snow?
So as you travel on and you get further through the mountain range, you realize that the snow is starting to get up to first the knee level, hitting the shoulder of Mava, and then it begins cresting up towards your hips as well.
Do I need to put her in my backpack?
She's like really trying to like be tall and just like trying to handle it.
So yeah, you guys are driving forward. Roxul, you look behind and notice that the snow is now at your waist. You see Roland a few feet off to your side, keeping pace with you. And as you look back at Lorimar and Roland, you realize, or Lorimar and Thor, you realize they're the only ones you see. The snow is about to their waist as well, and you don't see Mava right now.
So is it snowing right now, like blinding snow, or it's not?
So
it's just snow on the ground.
It's not killing visibility. You got like a light powder coming down.
All right, I'll motion for them to keep moving, and I'll circle back. My speed is 40 feet, so I can easily catch back up. And I'll go look for Mava.
I'm like digging through the snow, like kind of swimming through it.
Hopefully at least following one of the larger individuals.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't have to travel too far, and then Mava, you've got a little path of snow over your head on either side, and you see Roxul moving towards you. You guys can play that out if you like.
May I offer you a lift?
I don't need a lift, but maybe a snow shovel if you want to walk in front and make sure I don't get too lost.
The first orc snowplow.
Perfect. Yeah, if you
but I'm like
so if you pay attention to it now, you can have Mava. She does know her way around. She's just having difficulty doing it. So you guys rejoin the pack with minimal issue there.
My only concern is she's the one that supposedly knows where we're going, and she can't see where we're going.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, yeah. I will accept your offer of a lift.
Okay.
All right, so I'll just pick her up and kind of set her on my shoulder and just keep going. You know, I'm not going to stuff her in my backpack or anything.
All right. So as Roxul, as you rejoin the front of the group, Mava, you realize that you guys have actually climbed. You have oriented like on a mountain to the north of where you should be. So you have to reorient the guys.
All right. So sitting from my perch on Roxul, I kind of yell over the snowstorm. We've gone too far north. We need to reroute that away.
Through the mines of Moria.
Yeah, so by now you guys have been traveling. It's about more or less midnight your time, so the visibility's dropped down a good bit.
Just so everyone
so-
knows, Lorimar is like really, really close to Thor, like uncomfortably close. This is practical though. He's probably in some type of
Yeah.
he's clearly warm. So
With how cold it is, he doesn't say anything.
Yeah.
He normally would. Right now, he doesn't say anything.
Yeah, so if I can actually get everyone to roll me a con check right now,
Does that include me?
except for you.
Oh my gosh! Yes.
I was going to wild shape, but I don't think I need to.
All right, so I don't even need to ask Lorimar.
14 for me.
All right, and Audrey or Mabel, what's yours?
Yeah. It's an 8.
An 8. All right, so Mava, you are shivering and freezing, mainly from the lack of you haven't been walking and keeping up your body temp. But you're kind of resting on Raxul, so you're just sitting up there, and you have a little bit of trouble focusing. But every few minutes, you kind of like zone yourself back in and are able to orient him. However, Lorimar, you begin to your vision starts like closing in, getting gray, and you drop back a few steps from Thor, and then you have to like wake up and kind of shuffle back forward. But this becomes more and more frequent. And Thor, roll me a perception.
So that's going to be a 7.
All right. So
We're starting out good already.
So you guys are just trudging along, and you are you're driving through the snow. Mava, you're able to reorient Raxul, and Roland, you're driving along beside him, and you guys have worked your way down from the large mountain you were incorrectly on, and as you begin climbing the next one to get back on course, by now it's past midnight. Visibility is next to nothing, and Thor, you realize that you're starting to get colder than you have been. You look behind to see why your back is cold, and you realize Lorimar's not there.
I'll immediately stop, turn around. Before I start heading back, I'll call out, Lorimar, what happened?
All right.
I imagine I'm probably much further back, in no state to respond.
Yeah, you don't hear that. What do you other three hear that? What do you guys do? If you were to turn around, you would see Thor maybe 15, 20 feet behind you yelling this.
Raxul would circle back a little ways and find out what the ruckus is and ask how long ago he last saw Lorimar.
Well, I haven't saw him for a while, but I felt him maybe, 15, 20 minutes ago.
Roland actually likes Lorimar. Yeah, whenever I wild shape into a dog, he's always rubbing my tummy and just doing other stuff. And so,
even when you're not wild shaped, he'll rub.
Even when I'm not. But I think upon hearing this, I'm just gonna go ahead and blow a wild shape because I can. I want to wild shape into a Saint Bernard and go full like alpine service animal
with the little barrel around your neck.
Yeah, with a little barrel around my neck. Like the medallion around my neck turns into the barrel, and just begin trudging backwards through snow.
All right. So we're going to pick up Lormar. Roll me a d6, please.
That's a 1.
Okay. So, Lormar, remember your vision's been kind of closing in and getting gray until you snap back and you try and run back to Thor. So you're freezing. Your teeth are jittering. You're shaking to the bone, and your vision is closed in, and all you're seeing is this gray footsteps trudging forward in front of you. And one time when you manage to like snap yourself out of this, you look forward to find Thor to run towards again. You realize that you see nothing in front of you, but you make off in the far distance, like as far as you can see through the snowfall and the dark night, a dark figure ahead of you. In your almost cold delirium, you think that this must be Thor. What are you doing?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna try to get as uncomfortably close to Dark Shadow Thor as possible.
Yeah. So you drive forward. You trudge forward through the snow, and it seems like it's taking you forever to get to this dark figure. But as you realize that you're no longer climbing up, you're walking flat. And eventually you see that this shadow grows into an opening, which is just an opening in a large pile of rocks. So some sort of crumbling side in the mountainside has given way to a small opening within it. And this is what you see. You identify, and you start crawling in towards it. So we're going to pick up with the rest of the people now. All right. So you got a Saint Bernard trudging forward. Are you guys all following him?
Yeah, I'm gonna follow in his trail to keep it as easy going as possible.
This time, to make sure this doesn't happen again, Roxul's going to stay behind Thor and bring up the rear.
Okay. I'm just following the ride.
Perfect. So, Saint Bernard, Roland, you backtrack following the trail which you guys have made, which isn't fully filled in by snow yet. So you follow it fairly easily. You're trotting along for a good 10 minutes until you think you pick up the scent of Lormar. It's very faint on the wind, and you veer off, and you're now at the valley between these two mountain ranges, and you trot along there for a good 10 minutes or so until, Roland, you see about 50, 60 meters ahead of you, this small little opening, this small shelter, which is under, like, leading into a pile of rocks I previously described.
I'll kind of turn around. Probably the snow's falling heavily enough that there's not too much visibility, but I'll let out the kind of deep guttural bark of Saint Bernard's and begin trudging toward this cave.
What is it, lassie?
Yeah.
Trouble the will?
Lorimar's in the cave?
Okay, so was that bark directed at the party?
Yeah, to kind of like signal them what way to go.
Perfect. All right, and they understand dog speak perfectly. No, you got that pinned in the beast speech too. So we'll say they get the message. Yeah, as you trudge forward, you move closer and closer. When you get about 20, 30 meters away, you hear multiple sources of breathing and deep rhythmic breathing coming from within the cave.
I'm a loud sleeper. Sorry.
You and your multiple personalities.
Yeah, I should have. When I came up with what animal a Saint Bernard probably was, I came up with a Mastiff, which is a horrible combat animal. And so, is there any way that I can, keeping a safe distance away, use smell or hearing to try to get a clue of what might be in there?
Yeah. So if you smell, you'd have to get a little bit closer to fully make it out, but you definitely smell this like at least 4 or 5 distinct different scents, including one of Lorimar in there. You can't quite make out what it is. It's getting covered by that fresh, wet smell of snow.
Have we made it up there by then?
Yeah, so you guys are closing in, right? Y'all are about 30 meters off.
I can. The medallion you gave me does allow me to communicate when I'm in animal form.
Mhm.
And so probably loud enough that the snow is muffling it. I let them know that Lorimar's in there, but he's not alone. And we all know that he doesn't make friends too easily.
And so you're
Before we
just
go
for-
in, I'm just curious about how many hit points I have back from the berries and the stuff that Roland put on me. And
So you guys can all be max hit points minus about 6 right now.
This might be metagaming, but the fact that the GM's being so generous with hit points might mean that the people inside the cave aren't nice.
you think? That's why I was asking.
Lorimar has never led you astray. I think we'll be fine.
He's led himself astray repeatedly.
Right now, I have 5 hit points in dog form, and so
That's all you need.
All right. Well, Roxul will move towards the cave opening, being as quiet as he can.
Oh, yes, thank you, too. So when you informed them to Roland, from the best you can tell with your listening, it seems like whatever it is you have in there is sleeping as well.
I'm gonna stealth up to it, to like the side of the entrance, and try to get like a better visual of what's going on in there.
Yeah, so you if you roll me a stealth roll.
Oh, that's
That goes for me
19
as well, since I was moving up
So
too.
26.
Okay. And Roxul?
And mine is made with advantage due to my sword and the fact that it's night. Sorry. How do you do a second one? Let's see. There we go. Okay. So that's going to be 13.
Okay, so Roland, you get up there. Let me double check this. So Thor, you get up there and you hear. You manage to get right on the very edge of the opening, and you hear this deep rhythmic breathing. And as Roxul closes in on you, you hear the snow kind of crunch under his foot. And you hear a slight stirring inside the actual opening. Do you do anything particular at that point?
Yeah, I pull out my rapier, and I look at Raxul, and I, put the hand up, tell him, to stop. I don't say anything. I'm not saying that. I just put my hand up, stop.
Is the halfling still on his shoulders while he's
So if I am still on his shoulders, then I'm drawing my bow from like on top of Roxul.
Perfect. Yeah.
I don't use a shield. I can spare one hand to hold you in place.
I imagined her riding like a carry your toddler in the theme park.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, so Roxul, you
How
free.
far are we? Like, am I close enough to be able to actually use that if needed? Or are we
So
still...
Roxul, the way you guys were positioned, you're kind of moving yourself towards the entrance. So you guys don't have quite a clear view, but do you freeze and spot there?
Yes.
Okay, so you guys don't have a total clear view. It's kind of like you're looking in diagonally, so you just see the couple feet into the cave. And Thor, after they pause their advance, after a good minute or so of resting, the rustling that you heard kind of dies down, and it sounds like it was just something repositioning.
All right.
So now you think everything is back to sleep.
After it goes back down, I don't hear anything for a couple seconds. I'll give the hand signal to keep on coming.
Perfect. And you guys roll me one more stealth check.
$22.
Not so great. 7.
All right. So as you begin to trudge forward, Roland or Thor, when you held your hand out and told him to freeze, Roxul was perfect. He actually quit setting his foot down and he froze there in spot with like an actual freeze sign. Waiting, once you gave him the go ahead, he continued taking that step down, and the reason it made a sound at first was because there was a branch underneath the snow where he was currently positioned. So taking the rest of that step, there's a loud crack as this bending branch rides across the wind. And Thor, you hear a more significant rustling and moving as something inside has clearly now awoken.
I got a oil flask. I'm gonna throw it down in front of the entrance in case something runs out of here. It's gonna slip.
Okay. Yeah. So you throw. Roll me a d6.
6.
So you throw it, and this thing actually shatters on a piece of ice there, and the oil spreads over a good portion of the entranceway. Now this shattering is caught up on the wind itself, and it's really barely even audible itself. So you hear this moving inside, and you don't hear anything approaching the exit of the cave, though. You just hear shuffling and moving on the inside. And this rhythmic breathing that you heard earlier is now a more rapid awake pace, but you hear that it's got a very bass, heavy, deep, like rumbling tone to it.
Where's Roland? Where's Roland at this time?
Where are you, Roland?
I made a stealth throw, and I'm guessing that by the time that loud noise was made, I'm not concerned about my stealth throw anymore, and so I figure I can't make any more noise than the ogre just did, or just did. So at this point, I just run up and with them.
Yeah, so you could make it up to Roxul with no effort. If you wanted to move beyond that, you can either try and stealth roll from there, or you can just kind of charge forward.
I would only go as far as Roxul, because with that loud sound, I know that they at least know someone's there. I wouldn't risk giving off the rogue's position too.
Yeah, so you've at least that sound allowed you to make it up there without adding too much to the mix. And now you're all Thor, you're on the very precipice, that corner side of the entrance. You can hear very well what's going on, and Roxul, Mava, and Roland, you guys are all about 15 feet or so off of the entrance.
I'm going
You can.
to unwild shape. I don't see how being a Saint Bernard is going to help me anymore since we found Noramar. So I'm back in Wood Elf form.
Oh, yeah, thank you. And as you go in, you realize that the scent you smelled earlier was absolutely Lorimar, and you realize that there are 3 other distinct scents in there. And then you shift to human, and you guys are free to do what you like.
Can I get like above this entrance? So like if anything came out, I'd be behind them, or?
So yeah, you realize that it's a pile of large boulders and rocks, and the entrance itself is about a little bit bigger than 10 feet tall. And you think if you took your time and scrambled up there, you could get up there.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get up there.
All right, so now you're perched atop, and what do you guys want to do?
At that point, once he's in position, then Roxul would start setting down the halfling because he doesn't want her on his shoulders while he's swinging a great sword.
I'm gonna pause him, and I think what I want to do is to shoot an arrow just into the cave to see if we can draw them out rather than having us go in.
Oh
no. Okay. All right. Roll me a d6.
You hit Lorimar in the foot.
Yeah. Don't worry, he's been hit before.
6.
Nice. So you shoot this. You shoot your arrow in, and it actually goes straight into the cave and sinks into the wall, and holds place there in like a packing of snow between the boulders there. Thor, you can barely hear the thwick as it slides into the snow. Barely audible sound.
Well,
I'm gonna give it like a minute or two, see if anything comes out.
Yeah, and so you hear no change, and actually the shuffling that you heard earlier, you hear for a brief moment as the arrow is approaching. You hear padding towards the exit, and as you wait, as the arrow has already impacted, after a good minute or so, you hear padding back towards the cave, and then this movement begins to cease as well.
So Roxul's kind of looking up at Mava and over at Thor, and kind of like, "Are we ready for me to go in there yet?"
I jumped down before we go.
Yeah, I'm gonna wave to Roxul. Actually, I'm not even gonna be stealthy anymore. I'm gonna say, let's just see what's going on in there, because whatever's in there is not coming out.
All right, then.
And be careful, because somebody spilled some oil down there.
Yeah. Roxul will move so he can see a little farther into the cave and then shout, "Not Elf, are you there?"
Okay, so you step in, or you step over, and you actually square you guys up. And Roland, as you and Mava can move to position yourself to see as well while he does this. And looking in the cave, you would see in the darkness, about 10 feet back, is a large mound of white. It looks like it may be a large snowdrift in there. But if you, as you shout out, you see that this large bumpy mound of white begins to move, and the very middle of it, you see begins to rise up, and this white becomes a figure, which is a humanoid form, larger than your average human, larger than your average dragonborn. And you see that it turns around, and you find standing before yourself a knight with long fangs, black face, large horns, glowing eyes, and very long claws. As a growl begins to emerge, you see that this creature begins to stride forward towards you, and you would all see for a brief moment behind it was a much smaller, about large human size, similar form. You would see two of these laying on the ground. One of them has Lorimar wrapped, like cuddled right in between its belly, holding it fetal style. You see this one opens its eyes, closes, and kind of pulls Lorimar in tighter as the other two are not even bothered by you. And you have the large one storming forward towards you. So you guys can all roll initiative.
To include Lorimar, or I imagine I've probably passed out right now from the cold?
Yeah, you're out right now.
All right.
That's what a 1 will get you.
You got a 20.
All right.
I got an 8.
All right.
I'm at a 12.
And Roxul.
Sorry, 18.
18 for Roxul. And, oh man, I should have talked about this beforehand too. Wanted to throw this to the group. This will be a brief, like, metagame pause. What do you guys think? There's the option. I think, Josh, you may know that. I think it was Shadow the Demon Lord. Where when we do initiative, you can opt to do a, forget what it's called, like fast turn or whatever we want to call it, where you can either forego, if you hate your initiative roll, you can choose to go first and forsake either your movement or your actions. Does that make sense to you guys?
In Shadow Demon Lord, I think it's just movement. But,
Oh.
Yeah, the way it goes, the way that Shadow Demon Lord goes is good guys who don't move go first, then bad guys who don't move, then good guys who do move, then bad guys who don't move.
So anyway, that was just, I know we're in the middle of the session right now. I hate to bog it down with mechanics, but didn't know if you guys would be interested in that or you want to try it next time.
Yeah. I'm kind of ambivalent about it. I don't care one way or the other, for the most part. I like the options of moving, but...
Yeah, for me, like, Druids actually do stuff with bonus action and movement, and so I'd go slow every time, but I won't let that stop the other people.
I got a plus
Okay,
9
so you guys
initiative, so.
So you guys ballpark it. If something comes up, we can try it next time, because I have to look into it too. I just thought it was interesting today. But anyway, so this is a Yeti, you guys. I'm sure you have figured that out, and it's gonna go first.
That's good, because that's what I wanted.
I don't want that.
Yes,
No,
you do,
use
because
my
you want it to
advantage.
move out so you can sneak attack it on your turn.
No, because now I lose advantage.
Yeah, he
It
should
goes before me. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but I can still use.
So you guys see this just huge monstrosity. You hear a deep guttural roar as it comes running out at you, claws drawn to the side.
I just want to point something out here. The way you type that, we're going to have the roar of rock and roll.
That's pretty good. Oh, man, I didn't even realize that. And yeah, I guess Roland's the only one who didn't get his full name typed out.
Well, Sewell is
Okay.
not my last name. It's just another name. So
Yeah, so this guttural roar as this large monstrosity comes striding forward, and its claws are reared out to the side. And before it makes the exit, you notice this thing comes to a halt right before the edge of the entrance. You see it rear back and expel a large breath, and you see coming from its mouth is just like a whirlwind of frigid air. I'm gonna need Roland, Roxul, and Mava to make a con saving throw.
Oh, that is a 6.
I'm at 18.
And Roland. Okay. And Roxul.
Oh,
nat 20.
you breathe back.
Okay.
It's that whole cold thing. It doesn't bother me a bit.
Let me pull something up. The dice, so I'm going to do the computerized one so I don't have to add it. Oh, wait. Actually,
Maybe there's worse ways to die.
I think you might be good.
Oh, that's comforting.
Okay, so Mava, unfortunately, you're going to do full damage. So you guys are standing there.
But the rest of us, not so much.
Roland might die too. He's pretty squishy.
So you are, as you stand there and you see this thing charge forward, this swirling stream of bright white frigid air blasts each one of you. Roxul, you stand there without just shrugging it off as it blows to your side, and Roland, you kind of crouch down. But Mava, you are so light, you're actually standing on top of the snow. And as this frigid air hits you, you're chilled to the bone and actually go rolling head over heel backwards 10 feet. So you're now 25 feet from the entrance. You're going to take 48 points of damage. And you other guys are going to take 24.
God.
Now, because I have resistance to cold, does that half it again?
Yeah.
Dave, is this a point where I could use my not today?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that's where you stay at 1 hit point, right?
What I wrote down was decreased damage 7 times my proficiency bonus, which would be 21. So I'm not sure. I think that just means it's 21 if it's over that.
Absolutely could do that. So you can 48 minus what was it, 21?
Yep.
Good
So there you
call.
go.
Good. So 27.
Roland almost died there.
All right. Hanging in.
I blame
All right.
Lorimar and his new cuddle buddies.
And Thor is just chilling at the top of the entrance like, man, you guys.
Yeah.
Anyway, so here's that. And then so from this you guys have just been bombarded with this frigid air, and seeing that you've just shrugged this off, this monstrosity locks eyes with you, Roxul, and you see it just glare, breathes back again, rears back its head, and as it moves forward, a raucous, loud roar like rumbles the cave it's in and is like funneled directly towards you. So I'm going to need you to make a con save, as well as Roland. And Mava, you're rolling right now, so you can't actually see him.
That's a 20 on the con save.
All right, and Roland.
I'm at 12.
All right, so Roland, you're standing, you're kind of crouched down. You've just shaken off this frigid air blast, but as you look forward and you feel this sonic pressure just like rattling your chest, and you're still reeling from the frigid air. You're going to take 21 cold damage.
Is that it?
Yeah. Well, are you up or down?
I was at 5 hit points before that.
Okay.
So now
I'm just making sure that
down.
you don't like. I'm just gonna make sure that you don't like insta kill me.
No. So that's it for damage. So then you can kind of describe. You've just been blasted with this frigid air, and now how are you dropping from this?
Yeah. Since I was in my Saint Bernard form for a little bit, I had forgotten just how feeble my own body is toward cold, and so not really being afraid of taking the brunt of these attacks. I am going to use one of my inspiration cards instead of dying.
Okay.
And
what do you get?
As I see this cold wind coming at me, I'm going to flavor. I'm using the card which is Second Wind.
Okay.
Me and all my allies gain immediate benefit of having taken a short rest.
Perfect.
And so I'm going to channel my own ability to control the weather, and I'm just gonna use this to shoot a ray of light or sun directly into the wind, trying to mitigate as much as of that cold damage as possible. A little bit of a Dragon Ball Z like power struggle.
Yeah. So you as you channel this you're still crouched down, and as you channel this energy from within, you blast this forward, which impacts directly with the frigid air and kind of shoots out to the side, which indirectly warms up and reflects onto Roxul and Mava. You feel warmth radiating briefly from Roland as well. So if you guys want to use any hit die, you could recover anything you'd like at that point. And this this warmth disappears as soon as the breath ends itself, and you as it's cut off, you see this figure charging forward and running out of the cave, and unbeknownst as it plants its foot down, it's angry that none of you have dropped. It slides directly on this oil, and it starts tumbling forward and ends up prone directly in front of Roxul. So Thor, you've seen all this happen right in front of you.
Upon seeing the creature run out of the cave and take a tumble, he couldn't really see what was going on this whole time. He just saw his allies, being tossed around from some kind of force coming out of this cave. As soon as he sees this creature come out, running out of the cave and start to tumble, Thor is just going to start running, right off this entrance, and with his rapier two-handed, just going to try to come right down on this creature.
Perfect.
Now, would you say I would surprise this creature, or?
Yeah, we'll go for it.
Also, if I hit, I will get a critical. And I don't hit.
Oh.
I guess you found the oil too.
Yep.
So it's not a fumble, but we'll say
I just jumped too far. It went prone, and I got a run and leap, and
isn't prone advantage?
So Yeah, roll one more. Let me see what it is.
Okay. 12. That would be 19 to hit.
Yeah, actually, so we'll say that you managed to, because you're going to be prepped, you weren't going to let him fully charge out without striking. You leap down, and by you dropping onto his shoulders as he hit the oil, your pressure is kind of what pushed him forward. So Roxul and all the rest, you see Thor jump down and basically force the creature onto its belly, come to a skidding halt as you see Thor thrust his rapier down straight into the shoulder muscle.
And now Thor's uncomfortably close to the white thing.
And Roxul, so you see Thor kind of surfboarding this Yeti as it slides forward directly into your feet.
Perfect. So
And what was your
Roxul,
damage? What was your damage score?
That's 10, 14 plus. That'd be 40 points of damage with a crit.
Perfect. 40 points down. Now, Roxul, sorry.
oh, that's fine. Sorry, I forgot you hadn't finished with him. But Roxul's going to let out a bellowing challenge of his own and go into a rage. And so he's going to just make sushi out of this thing. So we've got 2 attacks, both at advantage because he's prone in front of me. Nice, twin 16s. So that's going to give me...
Those will hit.
Yeah, 25 total.
Yep, 2 hits.
It's going to be a total of 55 points of damage for the 2 hits.
Wow, nice.
Golly.
All right, so you it look like as you're doing, so you've got this prone Yeti with Roland on, or Thor on top of it. What do those 2 strikes look like?
The first, he's kind of shouting as he's just hacking at this thing. He shouts, "Give me back the Not Elf!"
All right. So you slice into this, and his like traps, his upper shoulders are getting just shredded from these multiple blows. And Roland, you what's going on with you during this?
So from producing all this sunlight and heat, I'm semi-blinded, both by the brightness and by kind of my fight instinct to survive. And so after I shoot off the sunlight, in my hand is going to be this very hot, glowing orb. So if it's okay, I'd like to produce flame, and kind of being blinded and disregarding my teammates, I would like to try to throw this flame right into the oil.
Perfect. Absolutely.
So do I need to, it's a ranged spell attack? Well, according to the cantrip, it is. I'm using produce flame. But since I'm throwing it like an area and not a person, can I get advantage?
Since you're blinded, we'll say that you do a flat roll.
Ah, man. Screw my flavor.
But that'll work. Okay.
I actually have 2 hands of flames. And yeah, this is like, I pull the sun from the sky and slam it on the fire. I'm going to kind of be blinded and throw it. And it's going to look like I missed. However, the flame lands on the very end of where the oil covers the eyes. and very slowly the flame just begins to eat up all of the oil on the ground and consume the Yeti and probably the other people if they're standing in it. The damage for the fireball is supposed to be 1d8. But I'll let you decide how you want to do it.
Perfect. Mava, so...
oh, I'm not done yet.
Oh, okay, what you got?
That's just my action.
Let's see it.
As a bonus action, I'd like to wild shape, since my hit points are pretty low. And so right after I throw this, I'll wild shape into a very small polar bear. And then with my movement, I'll move back to Mava and kind of bite her around the collar of her armor and throw her on my back. Or, however you want. That might be more than a movement, but...
No, that'll work perfect. I like it. All right, Mava. So you just kind of you're now mounted on a polar bear.
Well, this changes things then. So with the fire that Roland started, is it entirely blocking the entrance to the cave, or is there any way we can get around it?
So it's growing in strength right now. You think by the end of this turn, so in the next several seconds, it will be through. Or it'll be fully blocking it.
Well, since I kind of know that I can't do a ton of damage, and I see everyone else kind of doing a pretty good job on our Yeti friend, I think I'm going to direct Roland to sort of bring me near the entrance to the cave, because I want to get in and around to see if I can check in on Lorimar.
Okay, so Roland, you would have had, your movement would have been able to make it up to the entrance if you want to finish it out.
I mean, if that doesn't work, then I can rearrange that.
Yeah, as she is commanding me what to do, I'm rolling my eyes, thinking that if she's going to think since she's a ranger, she's to bash me whenever I wild shape, then she's going to be along. Maybe the halfling will disappear during this encounter, but I kind of begrudgingly take her where she tells me to.
Okay, yeah. So you guys can make it up to the entrance, no issue.
And
I'll stay away from the fire.
Yeah. And I guess as I get closer, I'm just gonna shoot the Yeti with my short bow.
Perfect. So you'll still have advantage as it's laying on the ground.
All right, so it's a 10. I don't know if that hits.
So that will not.
Oh, well, I just kind of quietly ignore that.
Okay. So Lorimar, with this loud roar that the Yeti did, you find that gray haze kind of fading from your vision for a moment as you're kind of rocked and rumbled from it. And you come to seeing a large white paw draped over you. And you're laying in the belly, nestled up to a Yeti. We can let you get a full turn in. You see in front of you that as you come to, you see the Yeti charging out, and Roxel and Thor are stabbing it. Also, you just see it. Roland is starting to light the oil on fire.
This Yeti that's got its paw on me, is it the smallest one?
So there are two small ones in there, but they're larger than a human, but smaller than the monstrosity that's outside.
All right. Well, I think seeing this just fireball tumble of bodies all kind of wrestling at the mouth of the cave, I'm going to so I'm just going to kind of put my hand onto grab onto this claw that is that's holding me down, and then just channel some energy right into it and I'm going to try to inflict some wounds.
Okay.
Let's see, and it's a melee. So that is 14.
And that'll hit.
All right. So that's only 12 points of damage.
All right. So you grab this hand, and as you channel energy through it, you feel it like yank away as you hear a higher pitch, like squeal, a roar, and you feel yourself kind of pushed forward as this Yeti starts getting up off the ground, and the one next to it begins to rise as well. So you slide forward 5 feet or so towards the mouth of the cave, and you realize that as these Yetis stand up, they see this growing flame in front of them, and they start backing up towards the back of the cave, just growling.
All right. How far away from the cave entrance am I?
So now you're probably 5 feet away from it or so. You can start to feel the lick of the flames as they're slowly growing. They're not covering the mouth of the cave yet, but they will soon.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to get up to my feet and then actually misty step to the other side of the flames just outside of the cave.
Perfect. Yeah, so there's just a little swirl as you poof out. And are you going behind everyone out there?
Yeah, behind everyone.
What do you say?
Yeah, behind everyone.
Okay. And do you reappear behind the tangle of bodies there? So so the Yeti stands up, and Roland, with you having canceled out as cold and lighting this fire, you see that it locks eyes with you, and it begins to do this roar again. And you feel, I'm gonna need a con save, as you feel the air start to grow cold around your body. And again, you feel this. The air kind of tremble as these percussive waves blast forward, and you feel the very inside of your bones begin to ache from the cold. Going to need to take 21 points of damage, and you're so chilled that you can't move. You find yourself shaking, and you're going to be paralyzed for 1 minute. You can keep making a saving throw at the end of each of your turns to try and break that subsequently. From this, as the Yeti's standing up, you see it rake its claws behind it towards you, Thor, and it misses with one claw. It strikes back again, and you manage to duck and avoid both of these claws. You can roll me a dexterity or an acrobatics if you'd like to stay on its back, or you could jump off.
No, I'll try to stay on its back with acrobatics. So that'll be a 19.
So yeah, you're actually now standing with either foot on its shoulders directly above it. And Thor, it's your turn.
Dave, did the damage that hit Roland also hit me since I was with him?
No, so it was just targeting him.
Okay.
So he took his big polar bear head, we can say, kind of blocked you and took the brunt of the blow. So what's up, Thor?
The cave entrance is not quite flamed over yet, though, right?
It's about reached the top. There's still a small opening.
Okay, that's kind of too small. The Yeti stood up, and I'm still on its back.
Yeah,
Or is
so
it
you
still
can get
prone?
so you can get your action in as it's finishing to stand up. But yeah, it's standing up.
Okay. Is it still within 5 feet of Roxul, or are they still?
Yeah, it's face to face with them.
Okay. As it's standing up there, I'm still balancing on its back there. Thor kind of do like a backflip up off of it, so that when he lands on his feet, he's facing the back of this Yeti, and he's gonna jab his rapier in the back of this thing here.
Perfect. So you can get advantage on that.
That's gonna be a 22.
That'll hit.
And he's engaged, so sneak attack will work. 17 plus, so that's a 21 damage.
All right. Okay. So you sink it. You feel some pressure as you're cutting through the thick fur, but eventually you feel that rapier pierce directly in, and you think that it hit a organ because there's a very loud response from the Yeti as it shrieks out in pain.
And for a bonus action, I'm going to disengage from him.
Okay, where are you wanting to go?
Maybe back towards the flames, not real close. I back up enough so I can feel them on my back.
Yeah, so you guys are a little over 10 feet away, so you can kind of edge up to the back of the flames, and you actually feel a comforting warmth from the freezing cold. And Roxul, what do you got?
For those about to rock, we salute you.
We Roxul you.
Exactly. So, again, we're just going to make some more hack and slash on this guy. So 2 attacks. Oh, not so good this time. That's going to be a total of 16 and 12.
All right, 1 hit.
All right. $13 points.
All right. So you take you rear back to slice once, and the Yeti grabs your blade out of the air, and in reflex, you try to yank it away, and there's a large slice that's taken out of its the soft part of its paw. And Roland, what do you got?
I'm stunned or whatever effect.
So, oh yeah,
yeah. I'm pretty sure that I'm kind of charging, just like Maven told me to, and then all of a sudden I kind of halt where I am, almost throwing her off my back, and just frozen there. So I'll just make the con save at the end of my turn.
Perfect.
20.
Okay, so you got that brief pause. How are you shaking free of it?
As I kind of as the fire is growing and building, I kind of feel the heat from it, and just that heat kind of brings me back from my state.
Awesome. Okay, and Mava, you saw Roland slide to a halt and freeze for a little too long, and then you notice you see his head shake and he gets back to moving. So what are you doing?
Well, I guess I think I'm going to stay on Roland since he seems to be sort of out of whatever he was in, and I am just going to again try to get the Yeti with my short bow. So that is a 11.
All right, so you let loose an arrow, and it's just as there's a gust of this cold wind, which makes it veer off just slightly to the side. And Lorimar, roll me a luck die. Just kidding.
No, I have an extra attack, so I need to which is much better. So that is like a 22. Yeah.
Perfect. Roll damage.
And here. Which ends up being a 5. So 5 points damage.
Okay. So this arrow sinks right in the back of the neck of this Yeti, which you don't even hear a yell from this. You just see it drop down to both knees. And it's kind of hovering there on its knees. And what are you doing, Roland or Lorimar?
Is it still alive?
Yes, it looks dazed.
So I imagine I also look dazed. Just waking up from what I thought was I was walking towards a friend and found out I was under this paw, and my fight or flight just kind of kicked in. But seeing this and seeing everyone engaged, I just do what comes like instinctually to me, and this like sphere of energy just forms in my hand, and I just launch it at this Yeti. And yeah, that's not good. That's a 13.
So this sphere, you launch it right as Maeva unleashes her arrow. So as the Yeti drops, you see it rocket over his shoulder, and you hear it impact in the cave, and you hear an eruption as one of the Yetis in there screams out. And
All right.
And so with this pause, you notice that the Yeti it manages to work its way up to its feet, and then you see it kind of swings its claws out in all directions at everyone around it, Roxul, Lorimar, etc. And it lunges forward in a jump over them. And Thor, this abrupt jump, including the fall to the knees and the jump, manages to cause you to slide off, and the Yeti is bolting. It heads off 40 feet into the distance. All right, and so it's 40 feet away.
All right.
And that'll be
it's going 40 feet like out into the night.
Yep. So off into the snow. So Thor, you managed to roll me a perception.
And so that's going to be a 15.
All right. So you think that you see it, and you're tracking it as you see it running because you want to keep an eye on it. But just as it gets past the edge of your vision, there's a uptick of snow that obscures it from your vision.
Now, come on, you got to let me catch this thing.
I mean, would I see that Lorimar is out now? Would he be within my field of vision? Or?
Yeah, so everyone's right there because you're back against the flames. So Roland and Maeva are right to your side, and you see everyone else in front of you.
I'll let the creature go because it's running away. I'm just gonna say, just that Lorimar is here now. It's like, Lorimar, what happened? How'd you get so lost? You got to keep up with us, buddy.
I was following you.
Roxul is charging after the thing.
Yeah, so Thor, you get that out on your turn. Roxul, you turn around and begin charging. So roll me a perception, please.
Okay, really quick. I've got 60-foot dark vision. I've got 40 movement speed, and I've got aggressive that allows me as a bonus action to move up to my speed towards a hostile creature. So I think I'm going to catch it. Bet a perception check then. Where's that? There it is. It's going to be an 18.
Oh, wow, nice. So you let me double check one thing. Roll me a d6.
5.
So you have to turn around, and by the time you turn around, you can't see any figure. So you've got all of a good 200 degrees to pick to run. And
There are
you
no
just take
footprints
off,
at all.
you just take off on a bolt, relying on instinct. And as you're charging, you see a distant mass become more and more visible. And you close in and you see this blood-soaked figure slowly trudging through the snow. And you manage to close right on the back of it.
Yay. Time to end this thing. Oh, nice. The first one will miss, but the second one, nat 20.
All right. So you end it. What does it look like?
I'm just going to remove its head from its shoulders. Just clean off.
All right, yeah. So you sprint forward, and in one just vertical sweep, the head just topples down to the side. And you guys are unless you choose to go into the cave, you hear this fire is still blazing behind you. You notice signs of it starting to die down. Otherwise, you can be out of combat.
I'm going to pick up the head and carry it back with me.
Nice.
Actually, I'm going to try to get the head, and I'm going to try to drag the body back, because all these people that can't handle the cold, it's a good fur.
You just have to take the fur, not the whole body.
Yeah, but I don't want to stop and have you guys think I'm lost or something.
I'd toss the halfling off for a chance I get a little bit closer to the fire than I should.
Kind of roll in the snow a little bit.
Lormar is standing like right next
now
to
see,
this
who
fire,
would you
just
rather
trying to
ride
get
on?
warm now. Look, there's two more in the cave. They're not as big, but they're certainly not friendly.
And the cave would be a nice place to get out of the cold for the night.
They were
Unless you guys want to keep moving.
They were friendly enough to you, Lormar.
You don't know the horrors that I've seen. The things that they did to me.
Or caused.
So what's the plan?
Can I roll nature to see if I know anything about Yetis?
Yeah, sure. Roll.
Over 20.
All right. So you know that the one you looked at is an abominable Yeti. You know, these are much larger and usually more brutal than the typical ones, which you see or you heard are in the cave. You know, usually they live and hunt alone, although occasionally they'll live together and make young, which from what Lormar says, you assume that these may be some younger Yetis inside. So you would gather that perhaps one of them will be returning home shortly because they're usually alone or in a pair with younglings.
So is it good in the animal cycle to have them? Like, do they help keep, like, is their hunting good or is their hunting disruptive?
Yeah, so you know that they usually stay clear of humanoid settlements.
Well, I don't care about humans. Talk about animals.
And they're kind of just like a apex predator within the mountain range. They're never like overly problematic.
I mean, unless I would definitely let them know that we should probably leave pretty soon. Another one will come back.
Yeah. Let me just stand next to this fire for a couple more minutes, and then we can go.
All right. So
And like I say, Rock School's going to try to skin the carcass a little bit, and he's just
that'll be good.
going to throw the head in his backpack. Doesn't seem to fill it up anymore. Just
isn't it a huge monstrosity?
Yeah, it's like 3 times larger than a human.
So you can have like the halfling and the head in the bag together.
Yeah.
Well, the bag has plenty of room.
You could probably get enough skin for Lorimar, Thor, and Maeva.
Yeah, I'll help him
heck, the
skin it.
paw would be enough for Maeva.
So you guys, while Lorimar's warming up on the fire, it lasts just long enough to manage with Thor's help to skin the creature. You can portion it off for Maeva, Thor, and Lorimar, and you actually get some pretty good fangs and claws off of it as well. And if you guys choose to move out, staying together this time, you can all regroup and make it to your desired path pretty easily. And you travel for less than another hour before you find another small outcropping of rocks, which isn't a deep cave this time, but it's uninhabited, and it provides just enough wind shelter if you'd like to take a rest for the night.
Definitely would like to.
I think that's a good idea.
Good. So you guys, you can get through a long rest and step out the next morning. And since you guys are just cutting through the mountain, we'll like fast forward your travel time. You travel through this mountain range, and it takes you about 3 days of similar travel. Maeva's able to find just enough hairs and like saplings to provide sustenance for you guys and melting down snow. And then you make it into a marshland. You travel through marshland for about 2 days. And then from the marshland, you Lorimar and Roland, possibly Thor, would recognize that you're entering the outskirts of the Anarok Desert. So the terrain is getting drier. You're seeing a lot less wildlife and greenery, and through approximately, and so Roland's able to predict the change in scenery and weather that you guys encounter with each of these past days. So, really, the quickly changing terrain and the pace with which you guys are driving yourself, you are growing more exhausted every day, and you're pushing through this tough terrain. You're saving time, but as you can tell, you've gone from a blizzarded forest into marshland into the desert in just a span of a week. So the mileage that you've been covering is extensive. And towards the end of the 6th day, you guys can make camp. And as the nighttime falls, you see a place to make camp. And you also notice Maeva pointing out that off in the distance, you estimate just a few miles away, is the plain of standing stones. So it is now, you guys are going into the 7th day of travel. It's starting to hit nightfall in this desert, and it's getting rather chilly. Maeva's identified a spot that you could make camp, and you also see the good Lord, plain of standing stones.
All right.
And if you guys want to take a little quick break while you make a plan, we can do that. Like leave that cliffhanger suspense. Good? All right, 5-minute break, guys.
Sounds good.
was a really cool standing on the shoulders scene, Thor, and the sliding forward on it.
Yeah. Is my intent. Got to get those sneak attacks in. Surprise.
And
I think I was doing the assassinate skill wrong the first couple of times because you only get a crit if the creature is surprised. It's not
Those
like the first round with advantage.
those would have that would have worked pretty well because you were kind of behind it, so that's semi-fitting. And Roxul, yes, as you guys were camping over past couple days, you could kind of consult with Thor concerning the vials of silver oil you found, and you figure out that it's like a honing oil for your blades. And I don't have the name or the stats on me right now, but it basically like adds something to your attack or damage. I have the specific item name. I can get to you later.
Okay.
I'll make a note so I remember to send it.
Well, that's why I kept wanting to take a rest, was so I could figure out what the heck it was.
If you want to use it during this session, I can look it up right now if you'd like.
Yeah, it's probably fine.
Okay. Well, you guys are going to need it. No, so now we're actually getting online, like back online with what I had planned. That was entirely impromptu. I figured I didn't have that planned at all, but
Sorry
I figured
about that, guys.
Laura Mars 1 kind of warned something big.
That Yeti almost killed everyone. That was awesome.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't even take damage.
I didn't either, so.
Well, that's not true. I guess I did, but then Roland let us spend healing or hit dice, so it didn't matter. I ended with full hit points.
Hey, that was a two inspiration card fight. That's a pretty good one.
That is, yeah.
Now, like the more and more we have these crazy battles, I'm loving those inspiration cards because they really change the flow of it.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do.
I'm loving this this sword that gives me cold resistance, even when I don't have a chance to get raging first.
Yeah, that was a perfect environment for you.
Are we in the desert now?
Now you are. Now it's less of a perfect environment.
So now loincloth.
I
I've been
wish
in a
we would have
loincloth
had
the
the
whole
swamp
time.
encounter. The swamp encounter, you do that crocodile, I think. Maybe.
That's true.
Who can say? I'll just go desert crocodile.
Yeah, Nile crocodile.
Yeah, Nile. There we go. Somebody knows geography.
All right. So you guys, you've been busting your humps for about a week straight. You're going into the 7th day. It's hitting nightfall in this imagine kind of like Arizona, Death Valley type deserty terrain, and you guys have identified a potential place to camp down for the evening, as well as sighting your destination a few miles in the. So Maeva's been riding on a camel. Has Roland been letting her ride him again?
Yeah.
As long as she doesn't get too mouthy about which way to go, I guess so.
I'm
Well,
very.
she is guiding the guys' directions.
Very respectfully.
Okay. But yeah, so that's where you guys are at. What are you planning to do for the evening?
I have a question. I don't know if this can be used this way, but could I potentially like send the owl that I have ahead to kind of like scout out since we're starting to close in on the Plane of Standing Stones?
And if during the past, because your owl's a two-day recharge,
Yeah.
So during the actual journey, if you had been wanting to get to know him better or use it for the same purpose, you could have done that already. And you could do it now if you'd like as well.
Yeah. Because I think it would be good to, I think it would be good to send him ahead. We can camp here.
So are you, so you guys have just approached this potential resting point. Are you suggesting that to the party, or what are you doing?
Yeah. So guys, we could stay here for the night. We could rest, and by morning we could have a better picture of what we're getting into.
I think that's a good idea. Charging in there at night when we don't know what we're walking into is probably a bad idea.
All right. Then in that case, I will call up Ravi and I will ask him to take a look for us.
Okay. So as you guys begin to break camp for the evening, you send out Ravi, and it's telepathic communication, right?
Yep.
Okay. And you direct him and send him off towards the distance. So it's a few miles away. And if you guys remember, the drawing was in a small mountain range, and it was a certain rift in there. So he flies over the mountain range. You guys can't quite see where it is from where you are. And you're waiting a while, and then all of a sudden you hear in your mind, "Oh, well, I do see firelight, and there appears to be a lot of it."
Well, we've definitely got company, you guys. Do I know where exactly that is? Is that over in the rift that you mentioned?
Yes, the rift that you directed me towards. I see firelight and appears to be multiple tents set up as well.
All right. Ravi, can you get any closer? Can you see at all who might be there?
I can. And so there's a brief pause, and wait just a couple minutes, and you hear, "Well, around the camp are a number of orcs, and I've noticed a couple rather scaly blue-tinted individuals as well. They don't seem to get along quite right. However, there are over a dozen of them that I have counted. They appear to be around an entrance deeper into the mountains."
Alrighty. Well, thank you, Ravi. I think that's what we need to know. So yeah, it sounds like we've got company, and it sounds like they might be guarding something or heading into something. So I imagine that's probably where we also want to go.
Have you relayed the description of how many and what and things like that to us?
Yeah.
Okay.
These sound like some of your old friends, Raxul.
Not friends anymore. Now quarry.
More importantly, let's find out what the weather will be like. You never know in these desert environments what the weather will be like.
I would like everyone to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Even if we're camels?
Yes.
Golly.
Especially if you're a camel.
17.
8.
All right. What is Roxul's?
Oh, sorry, 13.
Okay. So everyone but Thor, actually, while you guys are sitting around camp, and Maeva's doing her recon with Ravi, you guys, so during the day that you were traveling, you've been traveling 2 days through the desert now. The days themselves, as you've been getting deeper and deeper in, have been cresting up from high 80s to mid 90s the first day. And during this day, you guys reached triple-digit temperatures. It was just exhaustingly hot. And now, as you're sweat-soaked and this desert air is dropping temperature so quick, it's in the low 60s and rapidly dropping. And from the blizzard to the wet marsh to this, you actually have all developed a bit of a cold. And you find yourself shivering and just feeling absolutely cruddy as you camp around this fire. So you're all going to have disadvantage on concentration checks.
Can I cast lesser restoration on myself?
Yeah, you can.
All right.
So you guys are all going to have disadvantage on concentration checks and constitution saving throws.
I don't concentrate on anything anyway.
And what is this? How are you like rejuvenating yourself at this camp, Roland?
Yeah, I've been trying to experiment different environments by transforming in animals. And so with all this wild shaping, I guess that it's kind of kept me, at least the elf form of me, from experiencing such a dramatic.
Oh, that's fitting because you've been traveling as the animals for the environment. That makes sense. Okay. So anyway, I forgot why I got. Oh yeah, so Druidcraft, of course. So you know that tomorrow is going to be another stifling hot triple-digit day.
I share with the party the same thing I've shared every other day in the desert. What the weather will be like.
And
how
yeah,
long will
so
it take
how
us
far-
to get to this cave? Or this,
Yeah, how far
this
away are we?
encampment?
So after with Mava, you know that it's maybe 2 to 3 miles away. So you'd estimate an hour or so of walking.
Okay. All right. Knowing what we know, we have to end this. I say we leave before dawn, get there while it's still cool. Hopefully get the drop on this camp and avenge our fallen friend.
Yeah, it probably would be best to get there before they wake. There's a whole army of them.
Did I have a friend who fell?
You never met Gundren, but he was our friend.
Oh, dwarf from cave?
Yes, the dead dwarf.
Okay.
And I'm sure you have some deep-seated anger against these orcs that are continuing to work with the Dragonborn.
Don't care about orcs. Dragonborn die.
Orcs.
Perfect. And so Mava, you've got 8 hours with Ravi. Is there anything else you were wanting them to do during the evening?
I guess just to continue to kind of. Can you give me any information on like the terrain around the camp, like good places for us to, if we want to sort of sneak up on them or that kind of thing?
Yeah, so it lets you guys know, gives you a pretty clear like mental vision of what it's going to be like. So you know that the camp is kind of divided into 2 areas. You know that he identifies there's an actual water source because this camp is situated again at the valley between these 2 large peaks, and there happens to be a small river running through it. So the camps, one camp is by the mouth of this river, which leads into the mountainside. And then there's a adjacent one, which leads into another entrance into the cave. So there seem to be 2 possibilities. And the only thing he can see from there is by both of these entrances, there are multiple tents and fireplace setups, campfires, as well as 2 large guard towers, which have been manned every time he flies by. And he actually had to dodge a few arrows once.
All right. Well,
How many enemies, either orcs or dragonborn, are in those guard towers?
So with several hours of reconning, he's seen that there are 2 guard towers, and in each guard tower there are 2 orcs, and there's 1 dragonborn among the both of them as well. So it's as you speak with Ravi, note that he mentions they don't seem to be getting along very well, and that the dragonborn seem to have to stay on the groups of orcs to keep them like goal oriented and focused.
I think.
So I have an idea.
Go ahead.
What if we send Roxul in to the dragonborn camp with the rest of us just on the outskirts hiding, have him start a little trouble, see if we can pit these dragonborn against the orcs. Clear out each other a little bit.
I think he was born to pick a fight.
Especially with dragonborn.
Yeah.
If we can get the dragonborn to turn on the orcs, that'll make this whole thing a whole lot easier.
It's better them fighting among themselves than fighting us.
Would Roxul like a pet
Right.
giant hyena?
What is hyena?
Laughing dog.
Yeah.
Dog laughs? Why not? I laugh. But I have another idea.
All right.
What if I go to orc camp first and see if I can find friends to help me fight the dragonborn? Start it for real.
I like it.
Yeah.
One question though. Do you have friends?
Yeah.
Are you not?
I'm your friend, but I'm not in the York camp.
That's why I said find friends.
I like it.
Yeah.
Do you have enemies in the orc camp?
Possibly.
What happens if you find your enemies before you find friends?
Then they die too.
It might be a plan.
Worth a shot.
I think we should maybe
I don't know if we're going to...
take over a guard tower, maybe wait on the outskirts while he's doing all this.
Yeah.
A little bit out of game here. I've got a 17 charisma and proficiency with several charisma skills.
Orc was 17 for charisma?
Yes. Because charisma can be either intimidating or it can be very persuasive, but...
there we go.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's send the orc and the hyena into the camp. The rest of us will take out one of those guard towers quietly and let the fun begin.
Right.
All right. So you guys, you said you're wanting to sleep and move out early, or what's your plan?
Yeah, that would probably be my
Yeah, I think
suggestion. Yeah, you go to sleep early, wake up real early, get there like 3 or 4 in the morning, when everybody's asleep, only a couple guards.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys
Like
can make it through the evening with no problem, and you can manage to you have Ravi get a skin or two of water, bring it back to you guys, get you ready for the early morning departure, and you wake up a couple hours before sunrise, so you guys have a long rest, so you can be full and ready to go, and step off in that direction. Is there anything you want to do before you leave?
Yeah, I cast Mage Armor.
Okay.
I need a official GM call.
What's up?
If I cast Bark Skin and then Wild Shape, is my Bark Skin going to be evident? Like, are you going to see a wood carving looking thing?
I think your hyena is barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah, I don't think we'll match bark skin with the wild shape.
Well, no, you can. Well, okay, yeah, we won't do it. Yeah.
Can you cast? I don't remember the rules. Can you cast it while you're in wild shape?
You can cast it before.
Oh, I guess So mechanically, does it carry over? I haven't read.
Yeah, mechanically, if you cast Constitution spell and then wild shape, it counts, and you can continue making con checks. My question would be, like, if his pet wolf is basically like a wood carving, I think that might let people off. I won't do it. I don't want to risk looking too suspicious.
So you can choose to manifest it and make it be kind of scaly or wood looking, or you can choose. I assume you can control it when you're doing your wild shape.
The idea of a wood carving is way too epic, even though it's useless. And so, yeah, I'll make it a little more discreet. Yeah. I'll just go wild shape for now.
Okay. So you guys step out. Roland, you're in a giant hyena form. You're striking forward with Roxul. You guys make it. You crest the first small hill in the mountain range, and then you begin skirting around the first large peak. Mava alerts you guys that the camp is situated at the valley on the other side of this peak. So you can manage to position yourself, since Ravi kind of gave you a good area, you manage to position yourself where you guys can actually see the encampment. So you guys remember, I like changing the whole feel of our play styles for each session, and that's going to include this one as well. So we're doing something new. So as you round the corner of this mountain, you actually see the layout of the encampment. So you are raised on the mountain, so this is going down into the valley, and you sight that there is one opening at the mouth of the small river, as well as one larger opening with a set of stone steps leading up to it. Now, on either side of this large opening, there's no direct stairway, but to the left and the right, there's also an outcrop where you notice two, like on each one, there's one orc archer stationed. At the lower level, you do see the guard towers mentioned. Each of them have 2 orc archers and a dragonborn, and then multiple tent encampments and a fireplace, which you see well over a dozen orcs in each mulling around.
Okay, so we don't see a camp that's specific to the Dragonborn?
No, so Roxul, you know from traveling with this that this is an orc war tribe, and you know that within the orc war tribes, there are several different orc gods, and basically boils down to there's a division between the followers of Luthic, who and the followers of Yurtris. So there's 2 divisions in there, and That's why the camps are separated. So you identify that the orcs themselves aren't strong against, aren't cooperative. And you know that the followers of Urtris are like your keepers of the dead. They're kind of your more fighter oriented, and they're the ones near the guard towers. And you know that the followers of Luthvik, you call her the Cave Mother. They track your prisoners, they keep your food stores and your supply, and they're the ones stationed by the river itself. So not only are the orcs and the dragonborn split, you notice that the orcs themselves typically don't get along as well.
Okay. I'm just going to remind you, because I know it's been a long time since we discussed the character sheet, but I took the slave background, and
Yes.
the background feature of that was blend in. It says slaves will provide you reliable information on the nearby area, the locations of safe hiding places, sources of food and water, and how to avoid the local authorities.
Perfect.
So I would like to just kind of try to sneak my way down there before it gets light, and just kind of blend into the followers of Luthik's camp.
Okay. Perfect. So you follow in the river. You can actually trudge up along the river with your hyena trotting beside you. And as you approach, you notice that the followers of Luthik, they don't have a campfire set around their tents. And there's just a few, like you see two sitting outside a tent talking and just shooting the breeze with each other, or not even really standing guard. So you stroll in with minimal effort.
Okay, I'm going to just kind of try to look like I belong. I mean, my sword's on my back. It's not, out or anything, but I'm just going to try to get a feel for it. Most of the followers of Luthik are women. Is that correct?
So yeah, usually women, children, and teenagers. They do have their fair share of men as well, but they're nowhere near as like combat oriented.
Okay. So what I'm looking for is someone reasonably attractive for an orc. So I can attempt to make a good first impression, and just try to just strike up a conversation about the stupid dragonborn.
Okay. So as you stroll in, you're walking along this river, and so you're walking along the river, and you notice that right here there are two orcs sitting outside their camp. You notice that they've got a small crate set in front of them, and they're just, it looks like they were drinking something. Now they're just talking. They're two men, and they're much smaller and less muscular than you. And you've made it well up on them before they notice you're there, until one kind of raises his head and looks at you, and just looks at the dog next to you. Goes, "Good. You bring food?"
Whoops, sorry. Nah, not sure this worth eating. All bone. Smelled bad too, even for dog.
You take guard now?
Yeah. Stupid dragonborn. Why not sleep? No one around.
That's right. And you see that one he just crawls into the tent, lays down, since you were willing to take guard. And the other one who remains sitting, he looks you up and down. You got this. And he gets up and starts walking into the cave.
Okay. I want to watch, kind of just move around so I can see him as he goes in, see if there's anything I can see in the cave.
Perfect. One moment. So, as you are looking inside the cave, you can see a ways in until you notice that it actually curves around into the corner, and you can't see much beyond that.
Okay. Do I see any guards on the... I'm assuming those lines are like pickets of some sort?
Yes, thank you. So those are like just sharp, crude trees that they've stuck into the ground just as some sort of like palisade type barrier.
Okay. Is there a way through it from one camp to the other, or is it actually...
Yeah, so you could trudge through the water here and make your way past it. You notice that it's actually not designed that way because it's the division between Luthic and Yurtrus camp, but you could make it there relatively easy.
So on the map, which direction are the rest of the guys? Are they kind of across the river, or is it?
So this, you guys are basically in the bottom left of this picture. You're
okay.
On the top of the mountain that juts on the other side of this valley.
Okay.
So you would work your way into the valley along the breadth of this river and then continue wherever you'd like to go.
How many orcs would I estimate are in Luthic's camp?
In Luthic's camp here, you see that there's maybe 4.
Okay. The guards in the tower, do they appear alert, or are they actually...
So you notice that there's one Dragonborn who every once in a while, one Dragonborn in one tower, and then he's replaced every 30 minutes or so by a Dragonborn going up the other tower. So usually there's one tower paying attention and the other one's slacking off because there's not a Dragonborn in there.
Okay, so only one Dragonborn between the towers. Okay.
Exactly.
And are there any like sentries out like around the fire pit or anything?
So you can hear and see that in the Yurtrus camp, there are a good 4 or 5 alone around the campfire. They're drinking and being loud and raucous.
All right, that's more my scene. So I'm gonna try to wade around the river and just kind of get around the pickets and then kind of move between the pickets and the tents just to head for the fire pit.
Okay. Yeah. Roland, you still following?
Yeah.
Good. And you communicating with Roxul any or not bothering?
No. Yeah. I can talk to animals, but I believe that the sophistication of orcs is a little bit below that of animals.
Yeah, I didn't actually use the ritual to speak with animals yet.
And so you other 3, are you guys just watching this? Are you guys doing any particular thing while you're waiting?
Sneak down and get ready to attack those guard towers.
Okay. So are you guys trying to sneak to the top side of this camp towards the guard tower?
Yeah, I would imagine the one that's on top would probably be the closest one, the easiest one to take out.
Right. Avoid the tents.
Yeah. So while Roxul is maneuvering and doing his talking, we'll say that you guys can take your time working with Maeva as well. And you can maneuver your way around, eventually making it across the valley and towards that top peak. But during that time, Roxul, you approach this camp. As you cross that line of 6 tents, you notice that each of them has 2 or 3 orcs sleeping inside it, plus the 4 around the fire that you're approaching. And as you approach, they really don't pay you much mind. These guys are more armored. They're more muscular, and they definitely appear more competent. And they just look at you, they nod your head, and then they just kind of go back to talking to each other.
And the police show up. You must live in a bad neighborhood. That's like the second time. All right. So I'm just gonna walk straight up to the fire and say, "Who's got the drinks?"
So as you walk up to the fire, you notice there's a spit over the fire, which still has like small remnants of charred meat. It's mostly gone. And one of them around, he looks at the dog and goes, "If you got the food, we've got drink."
Yeah, I'm more in the mood for snake tonight.
Then where's the snake?
Up in the guard tower. I'm about sick of them. Who do they think they are telling us what to do?
They'll be gone before long.
Yeah, maybe sooner than you think.
If only.
Guard up there, just makes me angry.
You notice one of them kind of like kicks a crate, a small crate they've been sitting on your way. He goes, "Tell me about it. At least they're up there and not down here now."
How many of them are up there? I don't even know anymore. Can't count that high.
You got the asshole in the tower. All the rest, they don't work the nights. They stay in, they sleep while they leave us out here.
Yeah, I've about had enough of the guy in the tower. I think it's time for him to go fall off a tower.
Well, you do it. We'll love it. We're not helping.
Cowards.
Coward. You're the coward. You won't do it.
I've had enough of dragons telling me what to do.
Prove
you
it.
Watch. Next time he comes down from the tower to trade, then I'll do it. I don't want to climb up that high. It's too far.
Yeah, talk. Okay. And if you want to small talk with them for another 5 or 10 minutes, you can. When the tower nearest you, you notice the Dragonborn climbing down the ladder. One of them kind of chimes up. He goes, "Oh, Mr. Talk, here's your chance."
I don't just talk. I act. So I'm going to walk over towards the tower and just kind of stand behind the ladder as the Dragonborn's climbing down. Has he gotten to the bottom yet?
Oh, my bad. Yeah. So,
sorry. Okay.
So are you wanting to do anything before he turns around?
Yeah. I'm going to say, the orcs over at the fire, they're planning to kill you.
So this Dragonborn turns around, and you notice it's about the same height as you. It's one of the larger Dragonborn. Looks you in the eye, and you see a glance down at your neck. And you see the Dragonborn raises its hand and backhands you across the face. "Slave, no one will take me." You see it push you back out of the way.
Okay, and I'll let him.
I eat a laugh.
And so he pushes you out of the way, looks at your dog, kicks the dog in the side, and then starts walking towards the other tower. You hear him kind of shout over his shoulder. He goes, "Get to work."
And as my sword comes off my back, the answer is, I already am.
And so you other guys, you have positioned yourself. We can say you're on some outcropping a ways away from this tower now. You see this exchange happen, and you see the Dragonborn starting to climb the ladder of the nearest tower to you.
All right. Well, let's start this. So, Lorimar is just going to target that. I can see that Dragonborn you said, right?
Yeah, so you guys see him coming.
Can I see
up.
the two orcs that are in the tower?
So if you guys look, you notice that one of the orcs is actually asleep, and the other is just kind of like playing around with a piece of wood that he's got. So neither of them are paying attention because they haven't seen the Dragonborn climbing yet.
Yeah, the one who's not paying attention but is still up, I'm just going to launch a bolt of fire at him. And as I see, because I imagine that I can see Roxul just pull his sword off his back, and I know that it's on.
Okay, so you can roll that.
Oh. And it flies right by him. No, I'm going to use my inspiration.
Okay.
Yes. All right.
All right. So what do you want to do with this?
So this is just a firebolt that is launched, and I'm going to launch it right into twos. So I'm going to do one into each of those two orcs that are up top.
All right.
And so that's 9 and 10 damage to each of them. And or I guess it's a crit, so that'd be 19 and 20 damage.
So don't even do the math. Your bolt, it's like super loaded. So from where you're at, this thing arcs forward, and you guys still have probably a good 45 minutes before sunrise. So it's hitting the darkest right now, and it's hitting the coldest as well. And these bolts arc through the air, impact both of these guys so solid, they go flying over the banister and plummeting across the guard tower all the way down.
And does that happen? Yep.
So Roxul, you see these bodies plummeting.
And that's my cue. So while the Dragonborn is just starting to climb, that's when I'm going to strike him from behind.
Perfect. So go at advantage.
There's 2 attacks, so are they both at advantage?
Yeah.
So that's going to be, still counts as night, so that'll be 27 and 23 to hit.
They'll both hit.
It's going to be 29 points of damage total.
All right. So you, as you swing your sword down, you catch this this Dragonborn on the armor, but you actually cut through the armor into his back, and you have enough pressure to break the rungs of the ladder he's on, and he's dropped onto the ground onto both his knees. So what are the rest of you doing?
So how far away are we on this outcrop?
So 40 feet away or so, behind like an outcrop, so you actually be in cover if you need.
So we didn't, like, do we have to go by these barracks, like things?
Yeah, so you're
the stockade, like fences out front there?
Yeah, so you can't make your way, you'd have to go all the way around them and like hop over the crates and carts in the middle, unless you wanted to try and do a little bit of running on the cliffside and leap for it.
Which I would only recommend for Thor because everybody else will probably mess that roll.
Now that you say it, I'll probably mess it up.
Now, so you guys are about 15, 20 feet elevation. So if you wanted to try and shoot the towers themselves go about 40 feet tall. So if you wanted to try and shoot a rope and swing somehow, that would be a possibility.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to run and jump to get in there.
So roll me one acrobatics check.
And I'm gonna use my Tressum boots to get an advantage.
Okay.
Oh, it's an nat 20.
Okay. So you actually, with the outlay of the rock, you guys, if you can see the mouse here, you're on this outcropping and you managed to climb up and use the contour of the rocks to work your ways up in elevation. You leap out and manage to get your fingertips on the very edge of one of these cross beams, and you can shimmy up to the guard tower. So you can now be standing up on the guard tower.
Okay.
And Roland, Roxul, I forgot about you were there. Roxul just dropped this guy to his knees. You see a giant gash with blood pouring out. What are you doing?
I remember that he kicked me, and more than kick me, the fact he would kick an animal is detestable. And so seeing him on his knees, which is basically puts him on my level, I'm just going to try to gnaw his face off.
Yeah, go for it.
Is he prone or not?
Yeah, you can count him as prone because you still kind of have the element of surprise.
That's a crit.
Nice. So you finish him off however you'd like to.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I'm just gnawing his face off and chewing it. And even though orcs are pretty barbaric, some of the orcs in the camp are, cheering on Roxul as he lays this guy down, and they're cheering on me. And then some of them begin to kind of retch a little bit as they see just how brutally I'm taking out this Dragonborn. And I'll just kind of look up to them with this kind of maniacal hyena laugh.
Yeah, so you the scale, you look at them with like a deep black blood and some scales stuck between your teeth, and like a hyena smile and laugh at this campfire of orcs who all kind of freeze and stop cheering. All right, Mabel, what do you got?
Was there anybody else in the near area? Because I technically have a ability that lets me move and attack somebody else.
No, so you don't see anything now. You notice that all those orcs, they were just shocked that you guys actually attacked, and now they're double shocked by you gnawing off his face. So they haven't really moved yet. But you do hear some stirring in the tents as well.
I'm just going to let out kind of a low laugh and say, "All talk, huh?"
And what do you got, Maeva?
So, yeah, Thor, is he in the guard tower at this point?
Yeah, so you see him just run off, kind of matrix run up the wall. He leaps out to the crossbeam and shimmies up the base pole.
Do I think that I'm close enough that if I threw a rope to him, he might be able to actually retrieve it?
So you feel pretty confident now that if you took your time to line up a shot, that you could shoot a rope towards him.
All right, so that's what I want to try to do then, and then maybe me and Lorimar could potentially swing up into that guard tower as well.
Yeah, and so if you want to, we'll say you take your time to line up that shot, and you manage to get it to him, and you can secure it, Thor.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, and then I'm going to try to swing up into the tower then.
Okay. And Lorimar, what are you doing? Are you going to try and go with her? Or?
Now that tower is actually clear, I'm not. I say, you go. I'm going down to the ground.
Okay. So
and then I will.
So
I'm gonna
Mava,
start
you
singing. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, Mava, you swing there, no problem. Are you Misty stepping?
So I am. Yeah. So I'm gonna actually like run and jump and then Misty step down to the ground.
Perfect. So you land in a little puff of this dry dirt grass at the very base of the guard tower as you see Mava climbing up the rope to the top. And with that puff, you kind of look to your side and you see Roxul like hands on his hips with a little laugh as there's Roland with blood dripping down his face. And yeah, it's your guys' show. What do you got? So none of the other guys have noticed the other three yet, by the way.
All right. I'm going to try to use intimidation on the orcs that are around the campfire and say, let's get rid of the rest of the dragons.
Can I help that by like kind of barking with the blood in my face?
Roll me the intimidation check at advantage because of Roland there.
Nice. That is going to be 23.
Okay, so so as you're saying this, these frozen orc, you see the one that was kind of the leader among them. You see him kind of going, maybe we could. And you hear murmurs around him, like, yeah, let's get them. We're tired of it. And you hear the murmurs of assent starting to grow. And you see some orcs popping their head out of the tents, all on these bottom rows. And you see them all start to come out. And then the top tent right here had been silent. But you hear the murmuring, or you hear the shuffles as coming out of the flap of the tent. You notice that dwarfing you in size, actually, and wearing large plate mail, shoulder greaves, and carrying a gigantic war axe, comes a barrel-chested large orog. You know that there are one of these for the Yurchis tribe, and there's one of them for the Luthics as well. And they've traditionally cared for their own tribe mates and haven't been too fond of the Dragonborn as well. So this comes out, and it actually towers just a few inches above your eyes as it looks at what's going on.
I'm going to take my sword and stick it point down into the body of the Dragonborn and said, slaves no more.
So this orog, you notice it looks down as you stab into the Dragonborn, looks over at everyone else kind of murmuring and looking to the orog. And then it had been dragging like the head of the war axe on the ground. You notice that it raises it up, like slaps it in its hand. And you just hear like a grunt as it goes, bring them out.
With pleasure.
All right. What do you guys
start
doing?
Heading up the steps.
Perfect. Now, everyone else, are you revealing yourself, or what do you have going on? Particularly Lorimar, that is.
Oh no, I'm absolutely not revealing myself. I'm taking every opportunity I can to hide.
Okay. So these guys haven't noticed the orc bodies that have fallen down yet. So are you guys going to leave them there as they mull about, or what are you trying to do with that?
Well, we're still up in the guard tower.
Yep.
Yeah, I imagine Thor is going to stay up there. He's going to kind of hide behind one of the railings or one of the walls and just kind of like peek over to see what was going on.
Mm-hmm. Same, and I have my kind of hidden down behind it, but I have my bow pointed up towards one of the guards that's on the outcropping by that door.
Perfect. Yeah, you notice that neither of them are paying attention right now, but the sound is growing of all the troops below.
Yeah, with the sound growing of all the troops, I'm going to speak through my medallion to Rockul, and I'm going to say, perhaps you should take this to the front door, kill them, what will happen to the rest of them? And kind of like bite the body and begin dragging it along the ground, like a little puppy who brings you a dead bird as a present.
Cool. All right. Lormar, roll me a d6, please.
All right. Oh, sorry. 4.
4. Okay. So Roxul, you and Roland are kind of dragging the body of the Dragonborn up these steps. Behind you, you see trailing the Orog, and then the growing trail of orcs coming out of the tents are following him. You notice that it's reached over 8 or 10 at this point. As you work your way up these steps, you reach the wooden door. And what are you doing?
I think it's time to politely knock. Oh, wait, no. I think I'm just going to flat out kick the door wide open and then throw the body through the door.
All right. Before, right as you're prepping to do that, your march, both of these outcroppings, the orc archers have stepped out, and the one which I have my mouse on right now, as you're coming up these last few steps, you hear it cry out, "Intruder! They've gotten them!" And you see him kind of drawing and aiming at the base of the tower.
Yeah, and it's at that time, I think, that I'm going to try to shoot at that guard.
All right, roll for it.
Alrighty.
Yeah, and I'll try to shoot at the other one as soon as I hear that.
Okay, that is a 23. So
That'll hit.
That's a 23 for me.
That'll hit.
And that ends up being an 8.
Okay.
8 points damage. So I kind of think I want to hit him like in the arm that he's using to pull back his bow so that he drops it.
Okay.
Actually, it was supposed to be a T6, but yeah, it's only 6 points of damage for me.
All right. So Mava, your arrow goes in and sinks into the orc's arm. As he stumbles back, he looses it and it flies into the air. Thor's, yours actually shoots right into the belly of the orc, and he stumbles, falls off the outcropping, and plummets. And Roxul, as with this cry out and the orcs which are trailing the entire path around you, they notice 2 of their tribe mates are plummeting, and they all turn around. What are you doing? Like they look as if they're going to head back down the trail.
Change of plans. I'm going to take the Dragonborn's body and attempt to batter the Orog into falling down the stairs, taking everyone with him.
Could I do something before that?
Yeah.
No. In order to do what I want to do, I'd have to use a bonus action and an action. And so I'm not sure if you'd let me do both.
Let's hear it first.
I would like to, get out Wild Shape so I can cast a spell, and then cast Sleet Storm on the stairway just so it's easier for the people to sit down.
So I don't know. Would you pause in time for that, Roxul, or would you already be kind of trying to capitalize on the surprise?
Yeah, he wouldn't wait for me. Just do it.
Yeah, I would have just done it because, again, the sound, the commotion, the fact that, these arrows flew out. Yeah, it would just happen.
All right. Well, then. So you thrust this dragonborn body forward at the Orog, which begins to lean backwards. And just at the very precipice of falling backwards, manages to grab the body and lean back forward. And you see it's looking over the body and kind of glaring at you as it's a few steps below you. And you notice that the gears are kind of turning in its mind. And then you just hear, "Traitor,
slave no more."
All right, so now we'll go to combat, guys. Let's roll initiative.
All right.
FYI, this entire session has gone totally different than I expected, and I'm loving every bit of it.
15 for me.
All right.
28.
Ooh.
And I'm 5.
Actually, 26.
What a Roland got?
I'm 6 or 7. So low single digits. I'm trying to make it look like I don't know what this orc is doing.
Okay, so we can have Thor, Lormar, Roxul, Roland, enemies, and then Mava. Thor, what do you have, man? You see an Orog at the very top of the trail with 10 orcs along the trail behind it and another 3 milling about the camp below. That's all you see for now.
The Orog's up, they're up towards the top, right?
Yeah, so the Orog's here at the very top, and all the other 10 are kind of snaking along this trail behind him.
So you would see Thor kind of stand up straight, almost like at attention, reach out his hand and start to move his fingers, and he would try to levitate this Orog, get him over the cliff. So it'd be DC Constitution of 12 he would have to pass.
And he just makes a 12. So
I have a question.
Yeah.
I've had the inspiration card for a while. I didn't write the number down. It's exposed weakness, lower spell save by 3 times for proficiency. Would you happen to know if that card means on their save I lower it, or if someone's casting?
let me flip through it. I've got them all open. It was called Exposed Weakness.
Yep. He's from 8 sessions ago.
Let's see. There we go.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm casting this spell to lower the target spell save by 3 times proficiency. Yeah, you know what? If you want to play it in the offensive mode, then we can say that you can actually raise it by 3 times proficiency as well.
All right.
Oh, but that is for your spell too.
Oh, for my spell? Okay.
Yeah.
I tried.
Sorry.
No, thanks for clearing that up. What number is it? Just so I can type it down.
Oh.
Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I just closed. So since this Orog it has the weight of the Dragonborn on it, it's just enough extra to kind of keep it planted to the ground, Thor.
And that's gonna do it. I'll just use my cunning action just to maybe hide behind one of the walls there in the
Perfect.
guard
You
tower.
pop out to try, and then you kind of duck back down unnoticed. Lorimar, what are you doing? So you know that there are about 3 people in the camp who they're just now looking at these still flaming bodies at the bottom, and you see all the orcs starting to come back down the trail.
How far away is that Orog?
So it is 50 feet high and about 30 feet from you. So whatever that Pythagorean theorem is.
It's less than 60 feet.
Sure, roundabout.
All right.
I hate
Well
that.
then,
That's why I don't play rogue.
Roxul, you would see this like grease just come flying out from Lorimar's hand and just land right at the base of the Orog's feet, like right underneath him and just a little bit behind him. And then I just start singing and pull out in tribute to Gamesh. I actually pull out his flail. And start running in towards the camp.
Very cool. So are you going towards the base camp where there are 3 still around the tent? Okay.
I'm heading that way. Yeah, and that Orog would need to make a dexterity saving throw or fall prone.
Okay, so it falls prone, and actually begins sliding down. Do you guys remember what the falling damage rules are?
1d6 per 10 feet, up to 200 feet.
Okay. So this Orog begins, because of the grease, begins sliding down, barreling through this bend, hits the wall, and begins sliding down the other side as well, just knocking all of these orc out of its way. It tumbles off of this side and falls all the way down, so it knocks all but 2 of the orcs standing on the trail off. And that'd be... So all of the orc that it knocks off plummet and hit the trail, and you notice they all collapse in a heap at the bottom. And the Orog lands on top of the bodies as well. You notice that it lands with a loud grunt and kind of just lays there for a while with its chest heaving. All right, and you actually don't see any of the orc that fell moving. Okay. Anything else, Lorimar?
Nope, that's enough.
All right. So Roxul, you now see a patch of grease in front of you, and you're standing up here at the very top, and there's a pile of bodies at the base of the cliff with 2 orcs standing right here.
Is there any sign of movement from the Luthic camp at all, or any additional people coming out of tents?
So you've seen, actually from here you can't see anything there.
Okay, I just worry that plate mail sliding down and falling down a set of stairs is going to be kind of noisy.
So it definitely lit up the camp. So, if people were asleep, they weren't anymore. But you can't see anything going on. But you do notice the archers above starting to take it, or the archers in the other guard tower starting to take aim.
Okay. I'm going to try to get inside the door, just because I don't want to go down through the grease and deal with that. So I'm just going to turn and just boot stomp that door.
Flies open, no problem. And you actually, now you can see through the long hallway. And you see that it opens up to a drop-off on the far end with a few stairways off to either side. And you don't see anyone in the hallway right now.
All right, so I'm going to just kind of motion for Roland to kind of check it out a little bit, kind of sniff it out, see if there's anyone coming. He probably has better hearing than I do. And I'm going to turn back to the guys and say, finish them and get up here.
All right. So do you are you charging in, or are you going to kind of like hold an action, or what do you got?
I'm just going to kind of step in far enough that I can get cover against the archers and the other tower.
Cool. Yeah, you can get in there, no issue. And Roland, what are you doing? If you wanted to be out of wild shape for this, you can if you'd like to.
No, I'll stay in hyena form. Once again, I'm tired of one of our newer party members thinking they could demean me and bash me around like an animal while I'm in animal form. And so, just kind of restraining myself, I'm going to walk past him. I have 50 feet of movement as a giant hyena. And so, I'll probably just walk right up to that clearing. And can I do a perception check before I reveal myself? Or?
Yeah, so we'll say as you're going, you can actually, you see into these clearings, and you see that they're about what I'm showing you. And then as you enter the clearing, let me double check, make sure what I'm revealing to you. You see a large opening, and you hear the waterfall in this main clearing. But yet again, you don't see anything.
I'll just kind of walk as far as I can walk and bark at the ogre to let him know if they're safe. I don't know if they bark or what hyenas do.
Yeah, so you can make it.
You don't even know what you're barking at, apparently.
Oh, the orc, sorry. I don't know. There's too many. So,
as you're going, you can smell that there seems to be something up this pathway, but you can't smell anything else. And you make it to about the entrance of here, and you can bark back to to Roxul, letting him know that.
Yeah, I'll bark and kind of see if I can like motion myself a little bit like a pointer to let him know that I smelled something up that second pathway to the left.
Cool. So outside, Lorimar, as you are beginning your charge forward, you notice that an arrow, or the archers are taking aim at you, and you find an arrow go flying at your feet. So it lands just where your foot was. And as you do a little sidestep, you notice that another arrow sinks right in where your foot just was as well. So these are just getting let loose at you. And the three orcs which are remaining at the bottom, they see you approaching. And what's your AC at now?
21.
All right. So they're all still a little surprised, and you see them like running towards the tent to start and grab their weapons. And more importantly, you see the Orog stand up and start walking towards you. And you see him take this great axe and he swings it down directly on top of you. And you manage to just sidestep quick enough where you feel the ground shake as this axe impacts directly beside you. And you feel the rocks kind of pepper your face as he just shatters it into the ground. Maeva, you've just seen this happen. What are you doing?
You're muted.
Yeah. There's still 2 people on the stairs,
Yep.
right? 2 orcs.
Yep.
Well, then I guess in that case, I'm just going to try to aim my short bow at the Orog that's going after Lorimar.
Okay.
So I'll do that. So that is, yeah, that's like a 24. So that probably hits.
That'll do it.
And that is for 8 damage. So
Okay.
trying to kind of distract him away from Lorimar a little.
Yeah, so it's just slammed this axe into the ground. He's just gone on the plate armor and the greaves, and yours sinks like into his large, meaty tricep. So it goes in, but doesn't seem to faze him much as he's pulling this axe out of the ground. And the rest of you would, or not the rest of you, Thor, I suppose, you would just be able to see that emerging from the river side of the camp, you see some orc poking their heads out, and then you see them kind of duck back in, and you hear a commotion starting to stir in that entrance to the cave. And we're back up to your turn.
Okay, probably the commotion over there in the cave I probably saw it out the corner of my eye. So he looked over there, glanced over there real quick, and saw the other 2. There's still 2 orcs up in the guard tower, right?
Yes, 2 right in the guard tower.
Yeah, so he'd probably aim his short bow at one of the orcs up in there.
Perfect.
That's going to be a 19.
That'll hit.
And it's going to be 7 damage.
Okay. And so your bolt sinks, or your arrow sinks straight into him, plunges him over the banister because they were oriented down on Lorimar, and you see it go plummeting. Lorimar, the axe just sunk into the ground on your left foot, and now you see an orc body land a few inches away from you by your right foot. What else you got, Thor?
After it would probably Thor would probably climb down off of the tower just to get down to the ground.
Yeah, and you know what? We'll let you can just like sling yourself over the side and just like grab the outside of the ladder, doing the quick slide all the way down, and still get like -10 on your movement speed.
Okay. So would that get me over to, I would go to the base of the other tower and like get right underneath it so the one archer wouldn't be able to shoot at me.
Cool. Yeah, so you make it under the other tower fine. You've got a good sight on the 2 that are on the trail, as well as about 10 feet away from the Orog and 20 feet away from the other 3.
That's it.
And what do you got, Lorimar?
All right, so I'm just gonna like rear back with this flail and just kind of try to channel Gamesh, knowing that I'm not nearly as good as he is, but All right, so that's 26.
All right. That'll hit.
Yeah, and then you just see like this energy in the flail, like it seems to come from me, but as I'm casting a spell along with this, and it's booming blade, but it as the flail slams into him, he will take 7 plus 4, 11 damage. And I'm going to try to actually move away, even though I know that I'm going to have to take an opportunity attack. I'm moving away.
Perfect. So the work is it's still pulling the axe out of the ground, and that's how you manage to just crack it on the side of the head with this flail, or the orog, that is. And it's stunned just briefly enough for you to be able to like jump out of its reach before it swings at you again. And where are you headed?
I'm heading kind of back to where I came from, kind of drawing him away from the camp.
Okay.
Just about 20 feet or so.
Perfect. So you can make it back under the other guard tower.
Yeah.
And Raxul, you are standing at the base of this tunnel entrance.
All right. Not having been clear why the hyena was barking, I'm a simple individual, so I'm just going to go down the first set of stairs to the left and
all right.
Just kind of check it out.
So yeah, you can make it to the base of the stairs, and you see that this leads to
That overlook.
Just by getting there, you can see the overlook. So you burn maybe 10 feet going up the stairs, and then another 10 going down, so 20 feet.
All right. And then I'll do the same thing on the right.
Perfect. So by going back down the hallway, on the right.
On the right. First one still. I don't like leaving things at my back.
Yeah. So you go up to the edge of it. You see the light from the nighttime there. And then if you go back down, you can end up right about the head of the base of those two stairways for your movement.
Works for me.
All right, Roland. So you just saw him clear these two, and you are up here at the entrance to this cavern. What are you doing?
I just shake my head that he couldn't understand the obvious bark. And I will clear, while I'm waiting for him to show both of us can go up that second one to the left, I will go up the one to the right.
Right here?
The one right over, like, right of 2. Well, I guess they're both 2.
Okay, yes.
But yeah, that one.
Yeah. So as you go down this, you realize these two are connected. And by peeking in, you realize that this opens up to another large room. Do you want to go down to the base to look in the whole room?
I think I have a little bit of movement to spare, so why not?
All right. So you now realize that this actually is a large room, and you notice that water flows through a hole in the ground. And there's a pulley system with a rope descending into the cavern.
Cool.
I'll just spend the rest of my movement to work toward the second one to the left and just at the base of it. So this way, the orc knows exactly which one to go up to now.
Okay. So with that, yeah, you can make it right to the base. You're still in the hallway, but you do hear footsteps coming down the stairway ominously.
That was a really bad time to run that on movement. All right.
And so that actually leads us into a turn. So Let me get to the right page. All right. Yes. So you hear footsteps coming down the hallway, but interestingly enough, these aren't human footprints. Your trained ears recognize the soft approach of a canine form. And let me look up one thing for a moment to see if I can show you. Yeah, there we are. So you actually see this peeking its head around the corner. So just emerging at the edge of the stairway in which you're sitting at, you see the gruesome fanged mouth with a little bit of drool dripping down the form of this jet black dog. Its very form seems to be wispy and waving through in and out of existence as you see it padding down the stairway, making eye contact with you.
Yeah, as I hear the footsteps, I'm trying to be like friendly, like tongue waving, and I see this thing and wet the floor a little bit.
Yeah, and so this dark dog, size-wise, it's larger than even you were in the Saint Bernard form, and you're acting nice to it, and you notice it just pauses and look at you, and you hear more padding approaching behind it, and sounds like the pad of a dog approaching, but rounding around the corner is a similar form, but it is twice the size of the one that you saw. So this is larger than a bear size. This alpha dog rounds the corner as the other one steps out of its way, connects eyes with you, and you just see it rear its head back, and this howl echoes through the chamber on a frequency which is not fitting for this plane, a sound that you haven't heard before. So you're going to need to make a wisdom saving throw, as well as Roxul, as well as Maeva.
I was afraid you were going to ask me for one of those.
At least you're charismatic.
It's a 9.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man. Right. It's kind of fitting. So Roland and Maeva, this howl is unlike anything that you have ever heard. It's wavering and changing frequencies, and it seems like it's in your ears but in your head at the same time, and fills you with fear, where you feel like you can't even act. So you guys will be just frightened stiff for the next minute.
Dave, I actually have advantage on saving throws against being frightened.
Nice. So try again.
So that ends up being a 15.
So just Roland's scared.
So
Maeva,
appropriate.
Maeva, you and that was me being kind, thinking that the sound wouldn't echo to you other two, even though it has a 300-foot range.
Wow.
Maeva, you felt overcome with this fear as this just rattled across you, but you managed to snap your bearings back too. And what are you doing? So this is not you right now. This is you.
Yeah.
2 right up here, 1 in the tower, and 3 with an O-Rog below.
All right, and then both Lormar and, I think, I think what I would want to do, because we kind of have a lot of folks down below, and I would want us to be able to start working our way up into where Roland and Roxul are. I think I'm going to cast Fog Cloud, which creates, I'm going to do it so it creates a 40-foot radius sphere of fog that heavily obscures the area to hopefully cover us so we can move out of the camp area. And yeah, it will stay there for up to an hour as long as I'm concentrating.
Okay. So you said you were centering it on the actual camp area?
Yeah, like maybe the base of the stairs.
Okay, perfect. And I actually forgot to roll for all the other enemies. So I'll do that now. So the 3 at the bottom don't do it. Thor, your AC is 16.
16.
So how far did you go away again, Lorimar?
Just 20 feet.
Okay. So then this Orog takes a swing at you, Thor, as it tries to maneuver into the
Does it move?
It does move.
Then it takes, hold on. As it moves, it takes an additional 15 points of damage from my booming blade.
Nice. And what damage does this make?
This is thunder damage.
Okay. So what happens is this Orog, it's standing on the opposite side of the guard tower from you, Thor. As Lorimar has run away and just racked it raises up its war axe and begins running forward to swing at you, Thor. When all of a sudden this boom echoes from behind him, propelling him forward. He slams into the base of the guard tower and cracks the nearest leg as he goes tumbling into it, causing the guard tower itself to begin to tip and slowly crash into the base of the stairway. And all the other ones miss. The 2 up there. Oof.
I'm picturing that just like the Rock in the Rundown, where he's just like diving into these poles.
Exactly.
I love
That's
it.
what I was picturing too.
How does all our combat end up wrestling?
However, Mava, you while you're focusing on casting this cloud, you do manage to catch a arrow into the base of your leg for 4 points of damage. And now the last bit, Roland, you are sitting there scared stiff as the smaller Mastiff strides forward. Whew, and 12, and comes forward, and just like dog fights, you see it lunge and bite for your throat, and you take 25 points of piercing damage.
Oh,
that was a natural 20.
Lucky for me, giant hyenas are pretty tanky, so I'm definitely getting pale and weak as all this blood drains out on my neck, but I'm still in giant hyena form.
Okay, so yeah, this it's not the big one because that one just rattled everyone, but the smaller one comes, bites right on your throat, and you see it doing the dog kind of just shake as you see your blood go flying across the wall.
Does that break my fear, or is it still?
Nope. That
is my effect that I am feared?
Frightened, yes.
Frightened, all right.
And Mavo, did you have anything beyond the fog cloud?
I guess maybe I start moving out of the tower, trying to get down to the ground.
Okay, so you can do the same thing. You can slide down the ladder and do your movement speed -10. So if you wanted, you could probably make it to the base of the fog cloud.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'll do. I'll head that way.
As you scramble over the wreckage of this guard tower, which has collapsed in front of you. So, Roxul. Oh, that was Mava. So we're back to Thor, actually. So Thor, you've just had this guard tower collapse. And you see 3 orc just totally surprised at what happened in the camp as a fog cloud starting to form at the base of the tower.
Did that Orog, is he dead or is he still moving?
Yeah, he's down. He's down.
And the 3 orcs are they're on the steps beyond.
So the 3 orc are still around this this campfire. There are 2 on the steps, and this guard tower has basically fallen exactly where it appears. So, like, crossing that.
I'm gonna run into the fog cloud.
Okay.
To the base of the steps.
Yep. You can consider yourself hidden.
Now, would I have if I try to shoot at one of the other orcs up on the steps? I'd have disadvantage probably shooting from a cloud?
No, you can have advantage. You can have advantage from there. We can say you make to the very edge of it because it hasn't fully dispersed yet.
Okay, then I'll do that. I'll run to the edge of it and shoot at one of the orcs up on the steps there.
Perfect.
It's going to be a 24.
That'll hit.
7 damage again.
All right. And so this unseen arrow launches out. Roll me a d6.
2.
So the one orc that you hit actually stumbles a bit, and he reaches out to grab onto his buddy, but his hand slips off of the armor, and you see him fall, bounce off the step below him, and fall to the bottom. He's out of the fight. All right, so there's 1 remaining on there. You got anything else?
No, I'm gonna stay hidden in the cloud there. Just, I guess, cunning action to hide.
Yeah, and as it is expanding, like you pop out, shoot the arrow, and the expanding cloud just engulfs you from behind. Lorimar, what do you have?
I'm gonna just take off at a dead run up those steps, and you're like right through the fog cloud. And when I get to about 10 feet or so away from that orc up top, I'm just going to just reach out with this lashing rope of lightning, and just as I cast lashing or lightning lure, and I'm just going to try to rip him right off of the steps.
Okay, so you can sprint your way up. You pass Thor, and then at the switchback, you can unleash that.
It's 21.
And you latch onto him. You can do whatever you like.
Yeah, so I'm going to just rip him towards me, kind of off the steps, and he will come flying towards me and he'll take 6 points of damage from the lightning damage itself.
Perfect. So you yank him off. He's getting zapped, and with the falling damage, you see him just splat onto the ground. And you can make your way a good halfway up that other switchback.
And I'm going to dissipate my grease before we get up there.
I was wondering about that. All right. So, Roxul, you felt this bellowing roar rattle across you, and you've just seen this beastly hound emerge and just turn Roland into a rag doll, and they're standing right here about 5 feet in front of you.
So it's time for a good old-fashioned barbarian rage as Roxul just grabs his sword and charges the larger of the two beasts, since after all, that's the bigger threat in his mind.
So you can't see the large one yet. It's actually still back here.
Okay.
It hasn't emerged. It's standing like halfway up the stairway.
Sorry, I thought with the howl, I thought he was within sight of us. Okay.
No, so you may think the little one did the howl right now, but I'm sure it'll become quite clear.
All right. Well, I will then charge the one that I can see.
All right.
And so, ouch.
What do you got?
So aside from the nat 1, the first one is going to be 18 to hit.
So that'll hit, and I want you to roll me one more d20.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Oh, good.
Oh, all right. So you're good to go. So you can roll your 1 damage.
It's going to be 12 damage.
All right. So you slice your sword, and as this beast is just shaking around Roland, you slice into its back half, but you don't hit the resistance that you would expect. It's not like you're hitting solid matter. You feel some sort of friction as if you were going through a body, but you see some of the shadow just dissipating as you strike into it. But you definitely hear a yelp. As you do this, you hear a growling to your left. And if you were to look to your left, you would see this doubly large beast looking you down as well. And Roland, what do you got?
Yeah, as soon as he hits this thing and it yelps, Roland's going to see his chance to disengage and get his throat out of this thing's mouth. So I'm just going to disengage and then hide behind Roxul, like kind of behind his legs shivering. It's kind of like if you kick a dog, which never happens, but they just kind of like yelp and run away. That's kind of what he's been through. And
perfect.
And I guess technically he has broken line of sight with, like I just want to get around the corner so I don't see that big thing that's scaring me right now.
Oh, actually, I forgot to. So this one's on hearing. It's not on sight as well. So you can re-roll your wisdom saving throw if you want to try and break it as well.
If I use that exposed weakness defensively, was it supposed to be defensively?
Yeah, originally, yeah.
All right, so if I use it the way it's supposed to be done, I can lower the spell save by 9.
Yep.
And
so
yeah. So I'll just get rid of all of my inspiration cards tonight.
Perfect.
Yeah, for some reason, being behind Rock Jewel and like at least feeling that they'll be more interested in killing Rock Jewel than me makes me feel a little bit better and ready to fight.
Yeah, good. So you are now free from that, and as you break free, this the other dog, you notice he lashes his head in between Roxul's legs, trying to follow you, but he's trying to attack through the legs, so it doesn't do it successfully. And oof. What's your AC again, Roxul?
13.
All right. So the large dog you see him stride down and like reaches his paws up and or like rears up on his back legs and like plops them on your shoulder and tries to bite into your neck. And so he will get 11 points of damage, piercing damage as he bites onto your neck. And that's non-resistance, so you can do the math.
Okay.
I'd
Now-
like to use my reaction. I have the signal feat, so when
Perfect.
someone, as I see this being go for Raxul's throat, not being afraid anymore, I'm just gonna try to run between his legs, jump up, and bite this ghost wolf's throat for like a better term. 10 plus.
That's a hit. You can go for it.
Okay, sweet. All right. That would have been a 15, and then damage is 10 damage.
And was this the big one or the small?
This was the big one. I can only attack the one that just attacked him.
Ah, perfect.
And so I imagine that I go up there and go to bite its neck and just pull it down, but I'm pretty sure it's kind of like either real. Would keep me from being able to get a grip on its neck.
Yeah, so you're just kind of like hanging from its neck, dangling in air if you latch on. And what you guys would notice as you're hanging from it, and Roxul, as you oriented towards where this dog came from, you would see at the top airway coming down, Roxul, you would recognize this
Doctor Who?
shadowy form. You remember the chain whip guy that you thought you finished off last time? This was the brief form that you saw sinking into the wall. And as it connects eyes with you, you see the glowing white pupils narrow in recognition as they glare at you.
And he'll just get a quick little chuckle.
And so let me pull up my notes there. And what you get as you briefly see this, you see it puff into just a small swirl of smoke and disappear. And then behind you, you feel two like small pierces in the back, in your back. Okay, so you get hit for 19 points of damage as you don't know what's going on, but you just feel a pierce like in your kidney area.
Okay. What kind of damage is it?
Piercing.
Okay.
So it would be magical piercing too, if that changes it. And enemies, that's all we've got. So we are back to Mava. Are you muted, or am I not hearing?
No, are there still folks on the ground outside?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, so you still have the 3 down here, and those are the only ones remaining. And they don't seem to be following you guys right now.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna like try to get as close as I can up the staircase. Yeah, I only have a speed of 25, so I don't think I'm gonna make it all the way up.
Yeah, you can make it just a little bit behind Lormar, halfway up this switchback.
And that's all I got.
And Thor, if you wanted to max your movement, we'll say you could make it to the base of the hallway here.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna move up to the hallway there and just
And so
look
you would
inside the door, see what I see.
You would have sight of the large dog who looks like it's got its slow dancing with Roxul right now. And then you would see the other one kind of tangled up in his feet with Roland. Oh, Roland's hanging off his neck, actually. So
Which
you
one would
target
be closer?
Thing.
Easier target would be the large one.
Yeah, it would probably I'd Thor stand at the doorway here, and he's already got his short bow out, and he would just take a shot at the large one there.
Now, Dave,
All
isn't
right.
the shadow thing that just stabbed me in the back? Wouldn't that be between me and Thor?
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. So I forgot about him. So on one side, you would see like on one end of where the stairway is, you would see the large dog, and on the back side of Roxul, you would see the you would just now catch sight of him and recognize him from last time.
So if I see the guy there, would probably take a shot at him, being a bigger threat there.
Yeah.
And all while kind of like peeking around the doorway to try to stay hidden there. 19, so it's going to be a 26.
All right.
Now,
so,
is he engaged with Roxul within 5 feet?
He is.
And
yes.
Yeah, he put a ring on it.
So then we get some sneak attack with it. 4, 8, 11. So 15 points of damage.
All right. And so and your AC is 16?
16, yeah.
All right. So you let loose this this arrow as it goes streaking towards the engagement, and you see this shadowy figure arch his head back and raise his hand, catches the arrow out of the air, and then you see him turn around and sling it right back at you. Comes back even quicker and sinks into your shoulder. For what was the damage on that, or the damage dice?
Damage dice was 11.
Okay, so 411.
Ouch.
Excuse me. All right. Anything else?
Just cunning action to hide around the corner there.
Yeah, so you can duck right outside the doorway. And we are on to Lorimar.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to... This cloud is just completely covered, like the base of the stairs and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, so the...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It'll go,
What's that?
It'll go 40 feet?
Yeah.
Cool. So it can actually... Yeah, you're getting covered up with the cloud, Lorimar, and it's extending just below the very edge of the cliff.
All right, well, I'm going to step back kind of behind Maba, down the steps just a little bit, and then I'm going to cast Grease one more time on those steps, and then charge up and get into that door. My movement's 40 right now.
Yeah, you can make it right to the edge.
All right.
And you can see everything we just talked about.
And I feel like I would just lock eyes with this shadow being, and just as a mortal enemy, and get even angrier.
Yeah, so his attention is on the doorway, and he's got you can see like a small smirk as he's just thrown your own attack back at you. And then he sees this Eladrin, and you see like a spark flare up in the eyes of anger as you both hate each other.
All right.
Okay, and who's next? Roxul, what's going on?
Forget the puppies. I want the guy that stabbed me in the back.
Yeah. So he's briefly got his head turned, looking at Lorimar, who's coming out. What are you doing?
I am trying to remove that head from his shoulders. Oh, gosh.
All right.
Yeah.
So-
well, the 5 is going to be about a 14 to hit, but that's probably not going to do me much.
So what I would like for you to do, let me see. Roll me 6.
Yay.
And what is that?
5.
All right. So roll me one more d6.
2.
Okay. So you are actually, as you try and overexert yourself to arch back and swing at this new fierce foe, you kind of forget that the dog, or you don't care that the dog is still clamped around you. So you rip yourself, away, and its jaws sink in even tighter towards you for an additional 10 points of piercing damage. And what else do you got? Okay.
Just going to let out a roar, and that's about all I can do.
All right. Roland, you're up.
I'm wondering what happens because if he's turning around and the larger dog's turning around, I'm also being like flipped in like a 3-way mechanism. And so I'm just going to bite again, trying to really cinch up my grip so that I don't fly off of this like merry-go-round to death. And that's over a 20 with a hit. 10 more damage in the big dog. And probably after that, I'll see if I can not cinch onto this big dog's neck and kind of fall back to the ground.
All right, my bad. I've been muted this whole time. So you feel the blood like running into your mouth and the taste, and if you want, you can like drop free.
Yeah, now that it's kind of out of control and that I don't think that the orc knows what he's doing, I'm just gonna like drop back down and stay in between his legs.
I'm sorry, there was a point in time where you thought the orc knew what he was doing?
Fair enough.
Okay, so Roland, you as you drop down, the one that everyone forgot about, the tiny dog, just as you land, lunges and takes a bite out of your like right shoulder. So you will take 11 points of piercing damage. And the so Roxul, you feel as you ripped yourself free from this dog which was hanging on you, you feel it kind of like re-clamp its teeth down. You're going to take another 10 points of piercing damage as you see the shadowy figure you've locked eyes with. You just see his bare hand, but as he thrusts it forward like in a knife hand, you feel it kind of pierce into you as he just hits you twice. And we'll also if you could please, let me double check. Make me a con save. And you weren't sick, were you, Roxul?
I
Oh, I think
I think I was, although I wasn't sure because it does say
Yeah,
I'm immune to natural cold. So I mean, I don't know if the chilling effect would have had that much, but anyway, I think maybe I
Yeah.
was.
I was
Yeah,
the
make
only
me
one
a
who
con.
passed it. Yeah.
Okay, make me a con save at disadvantage.
That'll be 11.
All right. So as you're sitting here, you see this shadowy figure keep eyes with you as he thrusts both hands forward, and you see that his fingers, the shadowy appearance, sink in almost up to his thumb inside your body, and you feel something spreading inside you. You will take 16 points of magical damage, and you will be stunned until the end of your next turn.
Can I
What
use
type
reaction?
of magical damage? I mean,
So that'd be piercing.
okay.
And yes, you can get your reaction.
All right. I'm gonna. Do I see the shadowy figure?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Then definitely as it touches Roxul and like stabs it, and I can tell that it's like inflicting some type of magical wound. I'm gonna try to kind of bite the hand to break the contact.
Sure.
He's gonna bite the hand that feeds him.
I know.
That's gonna be a 19.
That'll hit.
9 damage.
Okay. So you get a good grip, and then you feel like it kind of dissolves, and you feel you did some damage, but you drift through and sink back into the ground.
Yeah, and I'm beginning to slow down in my velocity as the hyena is pretty low in health.
Okay. Mava, you can make your way up to the very edge of the doorway if you'd like now.
I would like to.
And you can see all this going on in front of you.
All right. I think then I'm still gonna wait outside of the doorway, and I'm just gonna try to shoot at the shadowy figure.
Perfect.
Let me go which is a 16. That hits.
That'll hit.
Yay. But it only hits for 6 damage.
All right. Okay, so you launch an arrow like through the legs of Lorimar as you take aim, and Thor, you can, if you step in briefly, you can sidestep Lorimar and see everything.
Yeah, I'll step in briefly to see what's going on there. This shadowy figure, the Shatterkai, basically just threw his arrows back at Thor. So he kind of got the hint that maybe he shouldn't be messing with him. And I'm going to stay by the door and shoot at probably the small dog, which...
Yeah, you could make that target.
Just to try to get rid of one of them. Not that he's going to be able to, but 17.
That'll hit.
Is this dog engaged with anybody within 5
Yes.
feet?
Yep.
So
With the even smaller dog.
18 damage.
All right. So this, you sink this. It actually goes straight into the jaw of the dog, and you see this arrow sink solid into bone. You hear a loud yelp as it just like drops down to the ground. You can tell it's severely damaged. Lorimar, what's up?
I just raise my hand and this streak of light just flashes out. This bolt, and that's be at the shadow. And that's a 17.
That'll hit.
Yeah, so that is 6. 5, 8. That's only 10 damage, but the next attack against it will have advantage.
Is that radiant?
It is radiant, yes.
All right. So
And then I will charge him.
Okay. So this sinks into him. You notice he kind of gets rocked back. It gives you time to close the distance between you two.
All right.
All right. Who's up? Roxul.
And with advantage on this, does that apply to both of my attacks or just one?
Well, it would be ideal. However, you're recovering from your damage yourself 2 rounds. So you're going to take 8 points of piercing damage, as well as needing to make... you're finishing your stun for this turn. So how are you still stunned from those hands that sunk into you? It's frustrating.
Mostly just kind of looking down at it, like, where did your hands go? But Roxville just kind of has this puzzled look on his face, like, your hands don't belong there.
Awesome.
But no, he's bleeding profusely, but still has this kind of puzzled smile on his face.
I love it. Oh, missed opportunities. What do you got, Roland?
I will take advantage of the advantage. And so wondering why Rockfield is kind of frozen, I'll let try to attack 24.
That'll do it.
And 10 damage.
Perfect. So how are you lashing out at him?
I'm just gonna go for the leg and just trying to kind of drop its mobility so it can't defend itself from future attacks.
All right. So you sink in like right in the back of his calf, and again you make grip. You sink in home, and then you feel it just kind of give as it goes smoky underneath your mouth. And now with everyone starting to close the distance, you see this a large dog. It releases the grip on, and it pads its giant feet down to the floor. Standing on all fours, it still towers above everyone but Roxul. And Lorimar, you're so close, you can feel the steam, which is the breath is cold and frigid as it inhales, rears back its head, and you see its jaws open, and the entire chamber, the walls are rattled with this inhuman, otherworldly roar, which echoes throughout the chamber. And everyone's going to need to make a wisdom saving throw.
At 20.
Nice. So Lorimar and
12 is what I got, yeah.
Oh, just Mava.
I also got a 10.
And Roxul. So Mava and Roxul. Roxul, because you're still frozen, wondering what's going on with these hands that were in your chest. And Mava, seeing this giant beast, you're both filled with like a momentary freezing of and you're frightened. And
Mava, don't forget about your advantage.
Oh, good call.
Oh yeah, that's
Just Roxul. That's how the cookie crumbles. Okay. So as well, the smaller dog, Roland, this dog is just intent on getting you as you bite into the shadow creature. It's you reveal its back and it lunges and bites you on the back of your neck for 11 points of piercing damage. And
as that happens, something really interesting, because it's going to bite onto me, and if I'm still between Roxul's leg, at that moment, I will lose my wild shape. And so I imagine like this roar happens, so everyone's just kind of recovering from the wind and the coldness, and then they see a wood elf on his hands and knees with a shadow wolf hanging off his neck underneath.
That's perfect. Oh man! So you're crouched under Roxul, who's frozen in his tracks, who receives. Let's see. That'd be. All right. So, Roxul, you see this figure pull a dagger from its hip, and it plunges it forward twice into your belly. So I'm going to need you to take. You're going to take 9 points of magical piercing damage, and then you see. So it plunges like prison shivving this dagger twice quickly into your belly. Then you see him like spin the dagger in his palm to where the blade is not facing you, and you see him rear both hands back again and thrust them forward deep in, and they disappear inside of you. And if I can grab the right dice, you will take 8 points of damage.
Can I react?
Yes, you can.
All right. I didn't have a weapon out, and so kind of on my hands and knees, the best I can do is an unarmed attack. So I'm just going to try to reach up and grab these hands, just pull them out of Roxul.
Perfect.
That's only going to be a 13, I think. 14.
So you reach up and you wrap your hands around, but you notice that as they're disappeared into his body, you can see a different shade of gray. The tattoos that you remember seeing on this individual's arm, you notice that they're glowing as they appear to be pulsing and pulling energy from Roxul. And as you grab on, your hands burn and you recoil out of pain. Mava, you are frightened, right? Oh, you're not frightened.
No.
It is your turn.
Yeah, so I think I'm still gonna hang out near the doorway, but in the cavern, and I'm still just gonna try to shoot at the shadowy figure. And I have an extra attack, so I'm gonna try it twice.
Perfect.
And it looks like only one of them will hit. That one will be 24.
Yep.
And it'll hit for 10 damage.
All right, 10 damage. Perfect. And Thor, you're up.
So we still got the shadowy figure. How many of the dogs are left? Both of them, or?
The small one, you just like sunk the arrow into its jaw and it's almost down, and the large one just bellowed its roar.
Okay. Imagine he's still got aim on the small one. He's gonna stay by the door there. Shoot at the small one. That's only gonna be an 11. And
that will not hit.
After the arrow flies and misses. Actually, Thor is gonna move across the hallway down to the other side,
Okay.
and cunning action's gonna hide on the other side of the cavern there.
Okay, perfect. So you can make it well past them. And Lormar, what do you have?
I am going to just reach back with this flail that now has 2 heads on it, and just try to drive this thing into the shadow. 18. Yeah, 18.
Hit.
All right. So it's 2, 3, 4 now. With that, you will see that this there's flame on the ends of these 2 heads, and for 5, 9 plus 4. No, just 9 damage for him. But this flame will jump to the large shadow dog, and it will deal 9 points of damage to it as well.
Perfect. All right. So as you swing this flail on these heads, they impact the side of the head of this shadowy creature, and where they make contact with him, you notice that the shadow where you struck him changes and it solidifies. So it's this small portion is no longer flowing and wispy. It's solid contact, and you feel significant force as you make a blow on that section. And Roxul, I believe you are free now.
Yay! All right. Well, I finally get to actually attack. Hopefully it will be better than the last time. All right. So Roxul's had enough with body parts being inserted into him, so he's going to, with kind of a roar, just try to hack this Shatterkai, shadowy monk guy. Oh my gosh. Worst combat ever.
You actually grab his hand and pull it into you.
No kidding. If I hurt myself again, I'm probably going to drop.
Let me open this up for another time. Roll me a d6.
3.
Okay. All right. So you managed to take a swing at this individual, but due to your dazed state, you managed to actually just swing wide over him, and you actually wind up stumbling into the nearby. You're not going to hit yourself. You wind up stumbling into the nearby wall, and you're going to take 8 points of damage. Oh man, Roland, what's going on?
All right. Since he kind of stumbled, I had the freedom to get up to my feet, and seeing that Roxul is not in great condition, I'm just going to kind of back up and provide him some cover. And so seeing these 2 shadow dogs, I'm going to pull out my whip and begin kind of cracking it and begin speaking in Druidic. So to everyone, they think I'm just cursing the dogs or something. But I'm hiding the fact that I'm casting Cure Wounds on Roxul, because I know he wouldn't appreciate if the other people realized how weak he was, even though he's not doing himself any favors. So I'm going to cast this at 3rd level.
Smooth. Nice.
which is going to be 20 hit points.
Perfect. All right. So, Raxul, you feel this energy coursing through you. And as Roland, he's still crouching in his loincloth.
Well, I tripped
I'm
over him.
close.
I mean,
I
that's
have hide
really what
armor.
it was.
I have hide armor. I need the AC.
And so you also feel a piercing thing as this smaller dog again. He lunges at you and takes a bite on your shoulder, and you're going to take 12 points of piercing damage. And
Me or Raxul?
sorry, Roland, the
Roland.
same little one that's been hounding you.
Oh, yeah, Roland, way too good.
And with that, the large one actually does nothing to any of you. But undeterred, the shadowy figure, you notice that he swings this bladed cane that he has directly towards you as he feels the arcane energy course through you, Roland. And so your AC in this form is what?
14.
Okay. So you are going to take... You're going to take 16 points of damage with 2 hits. Not to be phased, you have a follow-up as 2 hands come streaking towards you. And one of them you feel pierce into in between your shoulder blades, into your back, and you are going to take... 10 points of damage.
No good deed goes unpunished because Roland is down.
So as this last hand pierces between your shoulder blades, everyone there would see these glowing tattoos on the arm as you sense, like you see a visual energy pulling from Roland and flowing up the arm, as if reviving the shadowy individual. Now, Roland, I would like for you to, I believe, roll me a d20.
12.
So, now roll me a con saving throw at disadvantage.
Oh, I think you better know when to pass. 7.
Okay, so you are going to fall unconscious. And you are going to have a horrible scar in the center of your shoulder blades. You will have a deep black, like stretched out triangle scar where this hand pierced between them. And
with my dying words, I'll look back to the orc and say, "It should have been you," and then clap.
Mava, what's up?
Can I get over to Roland?
You could, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to get over to Roland, then I'm going to cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level to try to bring him back a little.
It's a little healing chain.
So that is 17 total. 17 hit points.
All right.
As I come back to life, I will look past the halfling up at the orc and say, "It should have been you." Again.
All right. Thor, what's up?
Thor is still locked on to this small dog here that seems to be tearing up his companions. And he's gonna again from the shadows shoot his short bow at it. That's gonna be a 20.
All right. So how do you finish this thing off?
Basically, this thing probably sees Roland come back to life after Mava rejuvenates him. Probably turns to try to finish what he thinks Roland's off, and gets an arrow right in the back of his head as he turns towards Roland. And
All right.
the dog drops straight to the ground.
Yeah, and you notice that its form actually slowly begins to dissipate, and the puff of smoke just disappears. So you only have 2 forms remaining there as we go into Lorimar's turn.
All right. Lorimar reaches back with this flail. And he's there's like this spark in his eye, like he's feeling this recognition with this weapon. And there's now 3 heads that are on this flail. Things at this shadow monk. That's 16.
That will hit.
So, and again, you just see the flame it rolls through the heads, and that's 10 points of damage to 14 points of damage to the Shatter Kai, and another 9 points of damage to that large Shadow Mastiff.
All right. So as these 3 heads make contact, the Shadar Kai was leaning down from hitting Roland, and all 3 heads just impact solidly on his back. Again, you see part of this, these parts of impact solidify, and you actually knock the Shadar Kai onto his knees as he has to put a hand down on the ground to brace himself. So Raxul, you see in front of you, on both knees with one hand down, you see the backside of this Shadar Kai right in front of you.
Now, this weapon that he had, is that on the ground as well now?
So the dagger is on his hip, and he's dropped the bladed cane which he was using.
All right, I would like to use my inspiration card to destroy his bladed cane thing.
All right. Okay, so I can flavor that. And what else would you like?
So with a roar, he is going to kind of rebound off the wall where he had stumbled and just charge the monk as he's down, and just hack into him kind of the way he did with the Yeti, just tearing chunks out, hopefully.
So roll me for an attack.
Or 2 attacks. Gosh!
Oh,
I cannot catch a break in combat. My gosh. That's going to be 12 and 14.
Hey, somebody's got to take all the damage.
Oh, I'm doing a good job of that one.
I'm doing a good job.
I have taken over 100 points of damage at this point.
So you take one giant overhand sweep with your sword, and the figure starts to stand up. You miss, and your sword just impacts directly on his grounded cane, and you see splinters fly as the blade goes skidding down the hallway. And what do you got, Roland? Good God.
Yeah. I think Roland is just going to try to get to his feet, take out his shield, and use the dodge action. I'll let the other three finish him off. And by other three, not including the orc who. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just be your favorite target.
So you can duck down the hallway towards where Thor is and get clear there. You actually provide cover for Thor as well. And so at that point, the Shadarkai manages to bring himself up. You notice he turns around, and you see him grab the dagger off his hip, and he turns towards Lorimar. And your AC is what now, Lorimar?
21.
All right, and he does not hit a thing. So instead, he disappears into a puff of smoke. And
Reappear stabbing Raxul.
and none of you actually see him reappear from where you are. So the remaining large dog does nothing as well. You see the large dog begin to retreat down this stairway to the right. And that would trigger an attack from any of you.
All right.
Ooh, look, an actual double-digit number.
Nice.
So for me, that would be a 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
What a shock.
All right. How do you finish it off? You see this dog ducking down the stairway.
With a roar, I would just literally charge right through it, just holding the sword in front of me and just try to pin it to the wall.
Nice. So your sword pierces a good 8 inches into the solid stone as this creature is impaled and then dissipates around it. And Maeva, it's your turn.
So the only thing left is this shadowy figure that we don't know where it is.
Yeah,
Right.
so you see nothing, and you're right about where that one is.
All right. Well, then I guess. No, go ahead.
So you could make it to about where the fighting was going on, and you wouldn't see anything down either hallway.
No, she ran over there, Dave. When she
Yeah.
healed.
Oh, that's
She
true.
healed.
Yeah. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
Roland.
So you could make it to a little past where Thor and Roland are. You could make it up to this landing, or you could make it towards the entrance of this room.
I think I'm going to head down into that room down there to see if I can see it in there.
Okay, so you make your way in there.
Yeah, but I'm kind of like stealthily walking in there.
Okay, so you make your way in there, and you don't see anything.
Oh, okay. And then I'm done.
Thor, you are up here. What you got?
Is this his weapon? Is it still laying on the ground?
So the splintered weapon is still in the center of the room. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna make my way over to the to the center of the room and pick up that weapon. Only
Okay.
because the first time we engaged with these guys, one of them lost a weapon and they had to get it before they disappeared. So I'm thinking something might come from these weapons, maybe a power or something. I don't know. But I'm gonna
All right.
go over and pick it up and sling it around my back
The
for right
pieces
now.
of it.
Perfect. So you can get the bladed head and the remaining shaft, and you secure it. What else do you got?
That's my movement. I'm just gonna cunning action dash back into where I was before.
Okay, so you can get back behind Roland and get your cover. Lorimar.
I'm charging up those steps on the left there.
Okay. You managed to make it to the clearing here. Wait, you got 40, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can actually, you can probably make it to the top of the stairway. And you see an encampment with an assortment of tables along the wall. And standing right about where the 4 is, you see the backside of the Shadar Kai. Blood dripping down his back.
And I am going to shoot a bolt of light from my hand. Actually, no, I'm not. I am going to, at 3rd level, you see 5 darts of energy just go flying out and slam into the back of this Shatterkai.
Cool.
Yes.
He doesn't catch them and fling them back.
5, 10,
So
15, 20, 24 points.
How does this roll?
My magic missiles just come flying out in my anger. I just imagine them just slamming into this thing and just one after another, and he tries to get away, and it just starts to melt him.
All right. So yeah, from all angles, these bolts just sink into him. Each spot you see, it's like they're burning away the shadow, and you can actually smell the smell of ozone as it's like altering the actual composition of the plane where it's impacting. And you see the light slowly spreading across his shadowy form until it just all dissipates. And you notice that a necklace drops to the ground and the dagger drops to the ground. And you guys are out of combat.
Yeah, I'm going to go pick those up.
All right. So you pick up the necklace. You see that this is a black wheel, a spoked black wheel emblem. And then the dagger you see is an obsidian type dagger with a very thick shaft and crossguard.
All right.
Which I'll have stats for, and I can send you.
All right. Cool. All
Foxville's going to move up that way since he heard Lorimar and just kind of check out what's up there as well.
Yeah, and you guys are open for non-combat roleplay now.
I'm going to run back down and just place a hand onto Roland and channel some energy into him. At 2nd level, 10 points of damage. I will heal him for 10 points of damage.
Okay.
Yeah, Roland wasn't in too bad shape after being healed. However, as you kind of heal him, he feels this wound on the back kind of close. Still feeling like the traces of the dark energy go away. It's not so much he's hurt, he's disappointed. Especially in this orc who topped such a big game. He's just kind of like silently kind of doing his hermit type meditation. But he knows that he made a vow that he has to fight for those who can't fight for themselves. And if nothing else, he can't.
And don't worry, Rox. Don't worry, Roxul. Lorimar then heads back up to you and does the same, but you get 14 points of damage shield.
Of course you kill.
Thank you.
Very nice. So what are Mava and Thor doing?
I'm gonna take out his shattered weapon there, cane sword, and examine it.
Yeah, so you notice that this it's definitely a foreign blade, but you can't really ascertain anything else from it. You don't feel anything unusual.
I'll call Lorimar over, and I'll hand it to him, and I'll say, what do you make of this? You probably know more about it than I would.
In Lorimar, you would recognize that this is definitely like a Netherese construction blade. Which is definitely imbued with shadow energy, but you don't notice anything of note about it.
All right. I relay that to.
All right, I'll toss
it
it over my shoulder. And I'll toss it over my shoulder.
It clatters into the distance.
Roxul's busy kind of rummaging around the tents and the tables and seeing if there's anything interesting.
Yeah, so on the tables you would find just general parchment, which has had ink dumped over all of it. So it's just covered with poured ink, and in the actual tents you would find bedrolls and just general belongings, some changes of linen cloths and or linen pants, and a few assortments of rations.
Right.
Yeah.
Very Spartan.
I hear that everyone's kind of milling about back up on that level. So I just want to start investigating the room that I am currently in, see like what's around and what all that is.
So as you're looking through here, you hear the water running and you hear a lot of commotion below. So when you begin, if you were to go down there and peek through, you would see that it empties to a chamber below, and you would see the majority of the chamber. And you would realize that there are over 12.5 orc down there who are piling dragonborn bodies onto this this like dumbwaiter type pulley system. So there are dragonborn corpses that they are laying on there. And you haven't been seen yet.
Yeah, then
So
I back away from the edge of that, then keep it that way.
All right. And what else you guys want?
I mean, I guess I head back up there to tell everyone what's in what I just saw.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roxul will make his way back down, and hearing Mavis report, he just gets this huge grin on his face and just repeats, "Slave no more."
And have any of you gone deeper into this main chamber yet?
That's where I'm heading next.
Okay. Sorry, I just didn't remember. Yeah, so if you head in there, you would see this main water point, but of note, you would notice that along the walls, you would see pockets, like mining pockets. And Roland, you would feel the pulse of the wellspring energy as you get near this water source, and you and Lorimar both would see small slivers and crystals, suggesting that all of these pockets, which are massive and filling the place, each formerly housed a Chardolin.
Careful, Roland's going to take some more baths.
How deep is this water?
So this is a pool with an like an opening at the bottom, and it's basically, I mean, I guess it could be like a big water slide because it empties into this chamber which flows at the bottom.
Yeah, take a bath, Roland. Take a bath.
Roland isn't going to be stupid enough to do that. He's just going to take. You'll see him just kind of concentrating, angered at this orcs. Hasn't even shown the sign of thanks to him yet, and so just kind of making a fist. All of a sudden, there'll be a crystal in it, but instead of preserving this crystal, he's going to crush it in his hands, and as he opens his hand, you'll just see the crushed crystal kind of sticking out of his hand, and then it looks almost like he broke glass in his hand, but then slowly it will cover the rest of his body, and he'll pick up a little bit of AC.
Nice. All right. So what are you guys doing?
Well, we still have those orcs down there to deal with.
And it doesn't look like there's much else happening up here. I don't think we're in any shape for a fight, though.
I know. Do we see any Chardolins or anything like that up here, Dave?
No,
just
so
pockets where they were.
Yeah, as you stroll around, you just see this in particular, this very deep hole here. Just by judging, you guys had seen small, like playing card sized crystals that you had messed with before, and looking around, you think that there could be hundreds, if not over 1,000 of such crystals that they pulled from all of these. So, and an inordinately large amount of Chardolins were taken.
Roland likes to kill some orcs now. One in
Where
particular.
are all the dragonborn?
Let's go end this.
All right, so you guys go into that main chamber?
Yeah.
All right. So who's going in?
Oh,
Raxul, definitely.
Well, there's a bunch of orcs down there. Why doesn't Raxul go in and try to talk to him first?
The orcs down there, she said we're killing dragonborn. That makes me happy.
They were loading dragonborn bodies.
Yes, I want to make more dragonborn bodies.
So we don't want to fight these orcs if they want to kill dragonborns.
So what are you doing as you approach this crank system, Roxul?
Oh, I thought you were talking about going into the main chamber, the big central one, like where all the mining was. I didn't know if we had gone and explored like the side caverns at all, or...
Oh, yeah, you guys already looked around.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So that's the thing. This entire complex is just totally barren and Spartan. No accommodations or anything, just all these empty Chardolin holes.
Okay, I misunderstood then. If we'd already looked around in there, then yeah, I'll head down towards the pulley system.
Yep. What are you doing? Below you see that orcs are finishing loading over a half dozen dragonborn bodies onto the pulley.
All right, so I'll kind of lean over the edge and shout down below. We killed the ones up here. Did you take care of the ones down there?
So you startle them, but they look up at you, and you see them kind of whisper and gesture, and then you see what was it, the Luthic?
Yeah.
You see the Luthic Orog come up as they gesture him to approach, and he looks up and calls to you.
This is our home now. These are done. You leave. This is our land.
You can have it. I go back to the mountains.
All right. And so they all kind of walk away from the platform.
Roxel will turn around, look at you guys, and say, "Now what? Need more Dragonborn to kill."
Do you think you could have asked those orcs where the other Dragonborn went? If there were more here?
Where they came from?
Where they came from? Where they took those Chardolins to?
We could ask.
Shout back down the hole.
Okay. So he'll turn around and kind of shout back down. Where are more Dragonborn for me to kill? I follow them.
So you catch them as they're leaving, and the Orog turns around. He goes,
No Dragonborn here. They leave. These only Dragonborn. They're done. Have them. Do what you wish.
he turns around and starts walking away again.
So I'll translate for everybody and look really disappointed.
You're dealing with orcs. They're not the greatest.
Yes, so am I.
Thor's gonna say out loud, it's kind of strange how they would want dead dragonborn bodies. Why would they just not leave them on the battlefield?
Yeah, I really don't know.
Why would they leave them in their home?
It's very strange.
I don't know. Sleeping with corpses seems strange.
We need to find out where they went after they left here.
Maybe Ranger can help with tracks.
Maybe.
Yeah. Dave, can I see anything like as far as
So like peeking down there?
no, like looking out, I guess like outside.
Yeah, let's go back outside.
Okay, so you guys head out to this main entrance there, and let's see. Other than so, you notice that none of the orc bodies or dragonborn bodies have been cleared from this section of the field. So you just see the pile of bodies and massacre at the very bottom. But as far as tracks or trails, you just see a highly trafficked area with nothing distinguishable at the lower base camp.
Can I move out farther?
Yeah, so if you guys go down to the bottom, you work your way over the guard tower, and the grease and clouds have dispersed now. And if you were to head out from here, you would see a distinguishable trail, which clears up pretty quickly after that, and it's hard to follow with the shifting winds and the sand.
Are any of these orcs left that we are they any alive that we fought earlier? That we
So
can
you don't
question?
see any. Yeah, you don't see any out here.
We got to get answers. We don't know where to go next.
I can go talk to the Luthic tribe. I will avoid the Orog, but I will talk to the orcs.
All right. Let's see if
Okay.
we can find out where we need to go.
So you guys can actually, you managed to salvage like supplies and pull them from the camps. And Roxul, you make your way into the Luthic camp. They appear surprised to see you in there. And you notice that one large one comes up and tells you, you need to leave. He said leave.
I will, but I hunt Dragonborn. I need to know where they went.
We don't know. This our land. Dragonborn leave and we won't let them back.
Which way did they go?
They leave out camp. I don't know. They have papers up top. Go look there. Look for notes. Look for maps. I don't know what they have.
So I did.
Did any of those papers or anything like that Roxul found on that table? Did they
So
have
on
any?
the table, yeah, on the
Yeah, I
table
did.
you saw everything covered in ink,
Yeah.
as if someone like dumped ink out on top of it.
Oh, what about the map that we found before that led us here? I thought there was something else marked on there as well.
Nope, that was it. It was just bringing you to this valley.
Well,
Well,
does anyone have any ideas?
I'm gonna go back up to the table where the ink was all spread around and just try to search again, I guess, for
All right.
any papers or anything.
And you other guys doing anything?
I'll go toward the water, and see if I can look if there's anything in the little pool.
All right. And what are you other guys doing?
Just to see if I'm correct, you said that when the Shatterkai died, his body disappeared, but the amulet and his dagger fell to the floor. Is that correct?
Yes, and Lorimar has those.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that the body wasn't still there, that we could search that. But
So I think Lorimar is just going to kind of sit down, and he's holding on to this necklace, but he's praying to Coralon and just asking for any piece of just guidance of where we should go next.
Okay. And let's see, Mava, what are you doing?
I guess I'm still outside trying to look for any kind of discernible, tracks that I can find in any direction.
Okay. So Thor, as you're ruffling around, finding nothing of note, finding nothing of note. All of the papers are covered with ink, and they're purposely masked. And we'll jump to Lorimar. As you're sitting there meditating, you find your mind drifting as you let it wander, and you feel guided. You see a flash of an image of a previous battle when you were actually in Myth Draenor as you guys are prepping to lead your assault. You remember you were with Morlino, who was speaking to someone, and it was one of his lower servants. You saw him provide guidance, and you saw him write out instructions on a small scroll, and you see Morlino go up to his scout. You see him stuff it like inside his breastplate, stuff it in his armor, and then he like salutes him and sends him on his way. And then you, like that flash, it's gone, and you wake up staring at the campfire.
All right. I would kind of relay what I saw, not quite understanding it, but understanding enough that we need to find Morlino. That we need to find. I think we might need to go back to Myth Draenor. I feel like our answers are there.
Who is Morlano? Where is
Morlano. Morlano was my teacher. Apparently, hundreds of years ago, during the spell plague, we were fighting. We were fighting the shades, these Netherese, and it actually fell into Myth Draenor. It was horrible. I was thrown from the area, and I woke up what I thought was just maybe hours later, and it turned out to be years later, hundreds of years later. But I feel like our answers are in Myth Draenor.
So we have to go back a couple hundred years?
No, Myth Draenor, it still exists according to the books that I was able to find, and I pulled these books out that I took from the Thundertree. It still exists, and I think we may be able to find it.
Roxul is going to go over and while this is all going on, because he doesn't understand how all of this time stuff, sleeping for years things works. He's just going to go over to the dragonborn bodies that are on the platform and just search through them, see if they have anything of note.
Okay. Yeah. So while Lorimar is cluing in everyone else, you manage to make your way in there, and digging through the bodies, you find each one of them their armor is emblazoned with a black wheel logo. You find nothing of significant note until you get to the larger of the Dragonborn, and you find that tucked in a hidden pocket, he has a small piece of cloth, which is wrapping a say hockey puck size flat disc, and this disc has a slightly raised lip, and sitting on the disc is a small ball. You would notice that as you pick this up and change direction, no matter which way you turn, the ball keeps facing one point. So as
Roxul
you turn,
smashes it.
at first you don't know what it is, but you notice as you move that the ball doesn't act like it should, so it confuses you.
Yeah, exactly. So knowing that he's not the brightest bulb in the batch, he would just kind of take it with him over there, and I don't know, the halfling has been nice. He would probably show it to her.
So I would probably look at this. I'm pretty sure I have a compass. So I would compare it to mine to see if the ball is pointing north.
So you know that it's actually pointing northeast. And no matter which way you move, it continues pointing northeast.
Then I don't think this is a normal compass. And I kind of start, I don't know where this, what was the place that Lorimar had mentioned?
Myth Draenor.
Myth Draenor. I don't know where that is, right? I've never heard of that.
You might have seen mention of it in some of the books that you grabbed, but you haven't researched it steadily because it's like hundreds of years old history.
Okay. So I like excitedly start pulling out maps and like looking at what is northeast of us, and trying to talk to Lorimar to see if he has any idea, like if that might be where it's pointing.
And Lorimar, yeah, you know that you need to head deeper into the region of Anarok where Netheril used to be, which, as she points your plane of standing stones, you realize that, guess what? That's to the northeast.
Well, the Dragonborn had this. We need to find the Dragonborn. This. It seems all our roads are converging.
All right. So that's
I didn't see any roads.
Figuratively.
That's a perfect spot. for us
Absolutely.
to call it quits, guys. That was a long session, but we'll go ahead and call it until next time.